What's good, homeboy? Okay, that's not me. I'm kidding. That wasn't me. I don't know why I did that. My apologies. I'm Pav, the rising VTuber and artist, and today we're gonna be checking out me, I guess. We're gonna be looking a little bit into the process of making a thumbnail because I wanted to make one for Friday again, and I don't think I'll have the time any other time this week, so we're doing this today. But yeah, the thumbnail that I made for last Friday was a fun one. Let me see if I can pull it up. There it is. So yeah, a little bit about what goes into making the thumbnail. The two things that are always the most time-consuming when going into the thumbnail is one, figuring out if I'll need to make like an alternate outfit for myself. Like obviously I like to dress up. We've all seen it before. But in this case, I didn't need to make an alternate outfit for myself so much as I needed to make one for V. And let me tell you, there are in fact Vault Tech themed bomber jackets like this, but they are all kind of ass. Hang on. Fallout bomber jacket. Let me show you this real quick. I think it's like official merchandise because something this prevalent yet this crappy could not be the work of like an earnest fan. Also, it has 76 on it, so I'm pretty sure that I mean, the jacket itself isn't bad, I don't think, right? It's a solid built jacket. I just don't like the color structure of it, if that makes sense. Like the fact that it only has the one thing of yellow is bugging me for reasons I can't really explain properly. Like I feel like it needs to have the yellow on more places for it to not look like you are some goon from an 80s movie who works for a guy who is moving like shipping container amounts of cocaine, right? Like you, like if you wear this out and like you have like a white pair of pants, you look like you're going to get socked in the jaw by Starsky and Hutch, right? So I had to come up with a compromise, and my idea was to make like a jacket for V that had a little bit of that in there, but it was still very recognizably her bomber jacket. Also just modifying the vault suit to have the little heart here. I wanted to make the vault suit look more like latex-y than it doesn't like Fallout 3, New Vegas, and even in the new Fallout TV series. I wanted it to look a little less. How do I put this? Originally, the suits were meant to be made out of extruded rubber, from what I understand. So that's kind of what I was going for. But yeah, that's part one of making a thumbnail. The second thumbnail onwards is actually a lot easier because you can do it based on what has happened in the game. So hang on, let me... So, at this point in the game, V has progressed past Junktown. I think we got to the hub and fucked around there for like a day and a half before we also went to fuck off to the Brotherhood. Which is a really funny turn of events. I'm used to spending like 3 or 4 days at the hub before moving on anywhere else. I don't remember usually what order I do the Brotherhood stuff in though, actually, because I think V might be doing the pro gamer move and tackling the Brotherhood first. No, wait, usually I go to the hub, then Necropolis, then the water chip, then the Brotherhood and the Glow. Oh man, I'm gonna have to tell V to save like 5 million times in the Glow. That place sucks ass. That place must have sucked ass to play through in 1997, and I bet you dollars to donuts it sucks ass to play through now, especially for somebody who's never done it before. Like it really is just all preparation. It really is all just preparation. But yeah, like I said, the first thumbnail is usually the hardest one because that's when I need to think about like alternate outfits. You know, this is going to be like normal paths or human paths, etc. From then on, though, however, I can do a couple of things. So one option that I have, if the game has a camera mode, or even if it has like a first person mode, or a way to remove the character from the screen, I could use that, take a picture of the game itself, and then just scale that up to make a background. And that's really handy, because then I don't have to worry too much about, how am I going to draw a coherent background. And the Sifu thumbnail is a really good example of that. Like, for the first thumbnail for Sifu, I went and got myself like a picture of a city, because I wanted it to look like, I was standing over the edge of a building. There's actually way more of this mossy ceiling than you would be led to believe by the picture that I drew. But from the second one onward, I found out that the game has a very robust camera mode, and so I was just able to go into the game, snap this picture from a Steam screenshot, scale it up, and then I could just draw over it, and that saves so much time. Now, Fallout is a game from 1997, so the closest thing you have to a picture mode is like dying, and then in the moment where your character is like on the ground, it would be pretty easy to do something neat with the Fallout engine, because you could just like move your character at the last second, couldn't you? Well, regardless, I can't really use a screenshot from the game, so what I usually fall back on is, if I don't have something that is like absolutely I need to draw it by hand, what I try to do, and an example of that would be, for example, in Bloodstained, where especially for like that fourth thumbnail, where I drew this cat. Why? Yeah, no, I remember drawing this couch, actually. I ended up drawing this couch because there's no kind of equivalent couch to it just lying around. I did end up getting some different textures for the ground and the cobblestone or whatever, but the fence back here, the couch, the little shard thing, I kind of had to draw those, and that took a while to do. So usually what I do, if it can at all be humanly helped, is that I either, again, use a game screenshot, or I use a online picture resource like Unsplash, which has a lot of really good free image material. So if for example, I just write in desert road, right? I can filter it for license free, and that gives me a whole bunch of different professional photographs. These are usually like huge, so it's very easy to zoom in on details, or zoom out to retain the quality. And it's just very handy. Like, this one's one that I'm going to be able to use. Actually, I'm gonna download this one while I'm already here. But yeah, as you can see, there's a whole bunch of different things. I also got the one from Sifu, the one that was the city skyline, from Unsplash as well. There's also Pixabay. Pixabay is also available as a... Hang on. So, Pixabay. Pixabay is also available for photographs, but it's been getting some AI junk in there recently, which I'm not a fan of. But it is also really good for stock video footage and also sound effects. If I had, like, back when I was making that one Ace Attorney parody video, I ended up using that for sound effects and such. I really like the tags for some of these. Riser, meme, footsteps, boom, scary, siren, police siren, door, birds, chirping sound, helicopter, YouTube, ambient. Ambient. All right. Hang on. I want to take a quick moment to check out what the meme tag has. Like, what does that have? Sus meme sound. All right. Okay, we get one. We get one. All right. We get one. Is that sus? I was genuinely expecting more of a Among Us type sound, but you know what? I'm not gonna. We don't need to spend too long in here. A lot of these are just fart. They're numbered farts too. Fart 8, fart 7, fart 10. How high does the... Okay, I think Fart 10 is the one where is the one the highest. Weirdly enough, Fart 1 seems to be among the least popular. So I guess it is definitely like more of a franchise sort of deal, huh? You know, the first one was fine, but the second one was where the series really hit its stride. Anyway, yeah. And generally, I take, like I said, it's easier to do the second one because you can use events from what happened in the game. The first one, you usually kind of just have to. I usually either take inspiration from the game's covers, from inspirations that the game itself takes. For example, like in the first Bloodstained one, I ended up using a reference to. I try to like make it like a box art reference to the first Castlevania game, which has a very similar kind of, you know, decrepit wasteland with a castle in the background. Or for example, but other times it's almost like a more simple vignette. So like for example, in the first cave story stream, I just had myself in a cave because that was all I understood about the game at the time, is that it's a story that takes place in a cave. Very self-explanatory. But you know, as the game went on, I learned about how the red petals and the red flowers were very significant. You know, there was the fight against that dog bastard, the doctor. I hated that guy. Genuinely, it was such a pain in the ass to get through him. Then, you know, there was that whole scene with Curly, and you know, you can use occasionally stuff from the internet as well. Like this part back here is actually from a... I try to use royalty-free stuff as often as humanly possible, and that's also again another reason why I use so much Unsplash stuff, because it's all royalty-free. And I remember that this kind of map system is actually from like a Wikimedia Foundation thingy, where they had an old map of a cave system, or you know, some kind of like spelunking system. And so I just took out the names and replaced them with the names from different areas in the game. And so, you know, it's things like that. I'm also kind of a sucker for adding small details here and there. So that's also been very beneficial to my long-term success, I think. Speaking of which, I can start by putting these two in the middle here, because I think we can... Yeah, you saw me adding a kind of grid earlier here. That's mostly for the purposes of composition. Another thing that I use sometimes, like I mentioned earlier how the Castlevania cover art played a role in the first Bloodstained stream thumbnail. This time I'm gonna make it look like Abbey Road. If you don't know what Abbey Road is, it's an album by the band The Beatles, and it has a very iconic... If I show the cover of it, you'll recognize it right away. Here it is. So yeah, this is the Abbey Road cover. As you can see, it's very dynamic, but I wanted to kind of replicate that with the current companions that V has, including the dog. Also, in my mind, I had them going this way. I don't know why I remember them walking to the left rather than to the right. It's quite mysterious. Oh, yeah, you can see that I added like a drop shadow effect to the text there, just so it stands out a little more easily. But yeah, now what we're gonna do is... Okay, so if okay, this would need a little bit more elbow room. Also, the angle on it is a little bit different. You can see that they're walking downhill, almost. So maybe it'll be almost more like this. Whatever. Could you actually, like, Photoshop that on there? I mean, kinda, that works, actually, yeah. You just need to adjust the shadows a little bit. And that works really well too, because if I put that there, then yeah, everybody's slightly below the title of the game, and we're able to kind of keep that aligned with that second third there. This grid system where I can break out into the rule of thirds is like my go-to in case I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Really, any kind of thing that you can do for yourself where it's almost like a more reliable thing you can fall back on, that's really important to have. Hang on. So the companions at this point are Ian. So Ian, Fallout 1. Let me see. Wait, they have a Magic the Gathering card for Ian? No way. Hold up. That's hilarious. Why is he doing that with a knife? Ian is a part-time guard working for Seth to help defend the Shady Sands in 2161. After taking retirement from his work as a guard for the Crimson Caravan by way of taking a bullet during a bandit raid. FBG. What the hell is FBG? FBG. AI behavior, behind the scenes, tabletop game. Oh wait, here it is. Wait, it's like a Fallout trading card game. That's... Oh god. Oh hey, there's a sprite. Let's just grab that real quick. Okay. I want you all to take a look at the screen right now and tell me if you can see Ian. Well, can you? Do you spot him? Okay. Let's take a look at some of the stuff here. Behind the scenes, Jesse Heinig, a designer on Fallout, mentions that he pushed for a few things during the game's design, including the ability to have companions such as Ian. He was a test case character designed to see if the engine could handle non-player controlled followers who would move from map to map with the player character. Okay. Ian is also based on Ian Duntman, one of Jesse Heining's best friends at the time. Ian's line when asked to tell me about Apocalypse is a reference to a quote by Albert Einstein. I don't know what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Let's see. Tabletop game. Fallout New California, what the hell is that? AI behavior. Packet name, disengaged distance, 30 hexes. Chance to act aggressively in combat, 100%. Very aggressive. Minimum chance to hit needed. Chance to hit needed to attack, 40%. Okay, so he won't attack it unless he has that much chance to hit. Runaway hit points threshold, 15 hit points. Will run away if crippled or blind. Chance to use secondary attack, burst, 25%. That explains a lot. Companion. Ian is the first companion of NPC available in Fallout. As a companion, he is skilled with small guns, and his animation frames allow him to use pistols, large handguns, knives, and unarmed weapons, greatly increasing the player's ability to fight wasteland threats. The best handgun he can wield being the 223 pistol. Okay. He is effective with a 10mm SMG early on, but becomes a liability with it when more companions join, due to friendly fire from burst firing mode on the gun and his 1 in 4 chance to use it. I have heard myths of that. He is very capable with the 223 pistol and the 14mm pistol. God. The most likely reason is that the players collect a 10mm SMG from Vault 15 and give it to Ian. The AI will opt for bursts, and does not check for the presence of friendlies in the cone of fire, leading to frequent incidents. If given semi-automatic weapons exclusively, Ian is much safer to be around, and a lot deadlier. Despite having the big gun skill tagged, Ian cannot use large weaponry like miniguns due to a lack of animation frames. Okay. A short, stocky man fit for caravan duty. Since becoming a resident, Ian has adopted Shady Sands as his new home. Okay. A short, stocky man. Good to know. Okay. His experience and skills helped him to contribute as a defender until under Seth's command, as very few of the townsfolk ever left its safe walls to begin with, and thus had no experience handling the dangers of the wasteland beyond. Okay. When they attempted to engage the super mutants at the watershed in battle, Ian lost his life to the plume of a flamer unleashed by one of the super mutants, burning him to death. The smell of Ian's scorched flesh would haunt the Vault Dweller for years to come, though he eventually managed to recover the watershed from the Vault and Necropolis to return to Vault 13. Very cheerful. Very cheerful. Oh yeah, he actually has like 75% unarmed. That's not too bad. But yeah, short, stocky man. That's good to know. So, I've always taken stocky to mean a little bit fat, too. So let's... Okay, let's put... I actually have a body type model for V available. Let me see if I can find that. There she is. I wonder if I do have just like a walking one. A walking pose, I mean. Honestly, that's pretty good. Okay, and now let's just add body type. Okay, so short, stocky man. So if they say short, that definitely means shorter than V. So let's say 155 centimeters. 155 centimeters feels like short. That might be too short. On the other hand, that might be too short. So maybe 162. Yeah, that feels about right. But yeah, kind of like big and hunky, like that. Okay, the other companion that's available is Tycho, and also Dogmeat, of course. Actually, how many companions are there? Oh, is it really just Ian, Dogmeat, Tycho, and Katja? That's less than I thought. I always thought that there were more companions in the first Fallout. Dogmeat, my goat Dogmeat. Oh hey. Oh, there it is. God, I hate Wikio websites, but okay, but they do come in handy. Background. Born in a survivalist community. Personality. Is there like an appearance thing? Desert Ranger. Equipment. Tycho wears a recolored model of pre-war riot gear that was previously utilized by Vault Dwellers in Appalachia and by Randall Clark in Zion Canyon, and which would later be used by the New California Republic's veteran rangers and riot control officers, as well as all the necessary survival gear like a knife, knuckles, canteen, and pair of goggles to keep his eyes safe when not wearing his gas mask. The trench coat is sand-colored for camouflage and doubles as protection against sand and glare. Ah. Okay. Tycho uses the bald leather armored sprite, and his weapon choice is limited by his animation frames. He can use unarmed weapons, spears, small pistols, and rifles or shotguns. He has the most hit points out of all the companions, and the second best armor resistances in the game. Oh. As with Ian, giving Tycho automatic weapons like an assault rifle or combat shotgun is ill-advised, as AI doesn't check for friendlies and firing bursts. He has... Oh, 25% chance to make a called attack. That's pretty cool. But only a 10% chance to use the secondary attack. That's much better. Much better. The sniper rifle is the optimal choice unless the Red Ryder limited edition BB gun is available. It has a more consistent damage output, and Tycho can fire it twice per... What are you talking about? Damage 25? For comparison, the normal BB gun is only supposed to have like 1 to 3 damage. Huh. It can be acquired at the Sierra Army Depot with... Oh wait, that's Fallout 2. Inside Bob's office behind the locked door. In a crate, Bob's pre-owned card-marked special encounter, along with some BBs and a normal BB gun. Wow, alright. 25 damage on that thing. How much does a sniper rifle have for reference? I think it's like 13. 14 to 34. Sheesh. Alright, alright. More consistent damage output and Tycho can fire it twice per round. That is kind of terrifying. Alright. Oh, he has a bunch of different tell me abouts. How about that? Military base. The military had several secret bases scattered around. I know. I just don't know where. Behind the scenes. Hang on. Tycho's a nod to the Desert Rangers of Wasteland. Yup. Obviously, that history didn't wind up in Fallout, so it makes more sense. Makes it more of an homage than anything. Oh, okay. Ah, New California is a board game. How about that? Oh, okay. Jesse Heining from Fallout Bible 9 says Tycho is reminiscent of Master Utah from Nausicaa and the Valley of the Winds. He carries a gas mask just in case, wears hardened leather armor, has a knife, knuckles, canteen, and all the usual survival gear. I pictured him as the guy in leather armor Fallout style with a gas mask hanging around his neck, goggles to keep out sand and glare, and a sand-colored cloak usable for camouflage and to keep the sun off. Oh. Query, Apocalypse. Nuclear Armageddon was a result of pride and foolishness. Now we're paying the price. Oof. Actually, does it say anything about, like... Hang on. How do you survive all the dangers? What else is there? Packet number. It is really funny that he just had like a very basic bald guy character model. Let me just grab that real quick. And actually, we could probably just use the Desert Ranger armor from New Vegas for reference for his looks, right? Veteran Rangers. There we go. I do think that it is thanks to Fallout New Vegas, or at least one of the Fallout games, that no, it's probably a Mad Max thing, come to think of it. Yeah, we can probably make Tycho just a tiny bit taller. Like, how about 108, an even 180? Also, we gotta put both of these in the same pose as V for this to work. Is this the same pose? No, that's the same pose. Okay. But yeah, part of the reason why I decided to put them in this arrangement is because of that one bit from the stream where they were all kind of just walking lockstep. Come to think of it, is there a dog character model on CSP? There has to be, right? Maybe in the asset store. there is one. Taking a look here. Dog. Filter. Body shape, maybe? 3D primitive, 3D character. Here we go. Popular. Okay, yeah, that'd work. Oh shit, they're all like a 1,000 CP or more. That's a little bit, so it's a bit too rich for my blood, I fear. There's a free guide dog one though, which is really cool. That's very nice. All right, well, I guess we're gonna have to jury rig this dog. Also gonna turn V around just a little bit. These other guys too, actually. Hang on, there's probably... I know that dog meat is supposed to be a blue healer. Or rather, it's supposed to look like the dog from... What do you call? Mad Max 2. Yeah, this is really funny. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's always really funny to read about like what the eventual fates were of each of the companions. So for example... The canine traveled with his new master during his adventure to find a water chip and to save Vault 13 and later to end the threat of the master and the Unity. When the party went to the Mariposa military base to destroy the FEV vats producing the super mutant army, Dogmeat ran ahead of his master and ended up being obliterated by a protective energy shield. Why? Why? Actually, come to think of it, do we have like a lot of references for Kaja? I feel like a lot of people don't find her because she's in the Followers of the Apocalypse base, and she is kind of tucked away. Hang on, let's take a look at the stats. Unarmed 100%. Wow. All right. This character is a permanent companion. Very nice. He is incredibly effective in combat as he can do 3 medium to high damage attacks per turn, and has the same amount of HP as an adult male NPC. However, one should think carefully before getting him to follow them. He will become a follower, but will not behave like other non-player characters, as he cannot be given directions or asked to leave or wait. In order to disband Dogmeat, he has to die. That's a bit much. Okay. Dogmeat's name is a reference to the titular dog in the 1975 movie A Boy and His Dog. Yup. In practice, Dogmeat strongly evokes Mad Max 2, as well as A Boy and His Dog. Both movies famously featured a lone wanderer and his dog companion in a post-apocalyptic world. But yeah, if you look... Hang on. The dog from Mad Max 2, I think, is literally called Dog. Yeah, here it is. It definitely resembles more this dog than the one from A Boy and His Dog, because I think the Boy and His Dog is like one of those really shaggy, hairy ones. Like, just look at this little guy. Yeah, apparently apparently the dog from Mad Max 2 was really beloved, which is good. You want that. Alright, let's put this over here. So let me see. Blue healer profile. We should be able to define something. Profile walking. Close. Oh, this is really good. Wait, this is even better. This is literally exactly what we need. Let's go. And here comes Dogmeat pulling up the rear. Perfect. Oh wait, actually, is it? This one probably isn't royalty free, is it? Dang it. Do I have any that are royalty free? It'd be kind of hard to find them from Unsplash. Well, I'm gonna draw over it to begin with. It's gonna look much different than the actual picture. So I think I'm good for now. I mostly try to use royalty-free stuff when I'm including it wholesale, you know what I mean? If it's just gonna be for a reference like this, then I have much lower... I don't have quite as strict of a standard. That reminds me, there's a cartoon that is like very popular these days called Bluey. That I think it's like, it is a children's cartoon. Most cartoons are for children. J Partida, hola, hi, hola, ¿cómo estás? Yo soy Paps, yo soy una funda de arroz que puede hablar. Mi español no es el mejor del mundo, pero puedo intentar, si estás más cómodo así. O estás más cómodo así. Estés más cómodo así. Creo que así vas. Una funda de arroz. ¿Un bolsa de arroz? Oye, eso es como el otro día que me pasó que... Porque yo pienso en inglés. El problema es que yo pienso en inglés, así que... El otro día estaba hablando con mi familia y estaban hablando de carpintería porque estaban arreglando algo en la casa. Y yo dije, sí, necesitas uñas para eso. Cuando quería decir clavos porque es nails en inglés. Ay, el lenguaje es complicado. Una frase de inglés que me encantaría que exista un equivalente en español es self-report. ¿Por qué no tuve que compartir eso? No debía haber compartido eso. Necesito aprenderme más cuando callarme de vez en cuando. But yeah, it's nice to have a Spanish speaker around. Siempre he pensado que sería bueno invitar más personas que pueden hablar español porque no tengo mucha práctica solo hablando con mi familia. Okay, we're ready to get started on most of this, I think. No te preocupes, estoy intentando de aprender inglés y supongo que es más fácil con alguien que hable los dos idiomas. ¡Ah, qué bueno! In that case, do you prefer if I speak English o si hablo un poquito más en español también? Ahorita creo que estamos más que nada los dos aquí, así que whichever works for you is fine with me. Los dos tenemos un beneficio de esto. Ambos tenemos beneficio. Los dos tenemos. We both have something to gain. Okay. Lo que necesito es esta parte de aquí. I need to select the full picture rather than just a layer. Agradece- Agradecería que me corrijas cuando escriba en inglés. Igual no hay problema en el idioma que quieras hablar. Voy intentando un poquito más español entonces. Because Lord knows I don't get enough practice with it. Ok. Ahorita estamos haciendo un dibujo de promoción para un stream que tengo más tarde esta semana con una amiga mía que se llama Vi. She's also a streamer like I am. She's also really funny. Debería... Espérate, déjame darle el shoutout para que... Por si acaso le quieres dar una seguidita. ¿Cómo es que era el nombre de usuario de Vi? She is a streamer? Yes. She's a VTuber like me. Correctísimo. Let me see. Is she Rice too? No, no, ella es más como un Power Ranger. Otra partida, gracias por seguir. No, ella es muy involucrada con el tokusatsu, que es un... ¿Tú conoces el tokusatsu? Es como Kamen Rider y Ultraman. ¿Cómo se llamaba? Taiko. Taiko era el nombre de esto. Nope. Básicamente es un... No llores. No necesitas llorar. No creo que... Es popular, pero no creo que es un fenómeno global. No es como Dragon Ball, por ejemplo, que es mega popular, pero es... Si tú conoces los Power Rangers, es súper parecido a eso. Más han dicho, es el origen de eso. Ok, ese perro se llama Dogmeat. Sí. Tiene mucho que hacer con efectos prácticos y usar eso para contar historias. Ahorita solo estoy organizando las diferentes referencias que tengo tiradas por allí. Ya creo que puedo... Me encanta que los Beatles están como al 15% de opacidad, porque de ahí es como que si están ahí de fantasmas. Todavía hay Beatles que viven. Estoy seguro que el Ringo todavía está vivo, pero el resto no sé muy bien. Si ellos siguen pateando por allí. Muy viéndolo más cerca. The neck is a little weird. Necesitan tener el cuello un poquito más relajados. Supuestamente eso... Si tú quieres arreglar tu postura de cuello, caminar así es como... O tener tu cabeza así, al parecer ayuda mucho porque es como un reset para tu postura. Poner tu cara como más hacia atrás. Déjame arreglar el cuello. It looks a little too weird. Me gusta la idea de darle a ese del centro una postura un poco mala. Eso me encanta cuando tienen como variación de... Eso creo que es muy difícil darle como variación de postura a los diferentes personajes. By the way, where are you from? Sorry if I don't write more, I want to think how to write. No hay problema. Tómate tu tiempo cuando escribes, si quieres. Yo soy originalmente de Ecuador. Aunque no he vivido allí por muchos, muchos años. ¿Y usted? ¿Por dónde vienes? Oh, eres mexicano. Good to know. Siempre es chévere encontrarse con otros latinos porque, no sé, somos bastantes, pero a veces no se toma un tiempo antes de que te encuentres con otro. Donde yo vivo no hay muchos, así que es un poco. Siempre es un evento especial cuando conozco a uno nuevo. Sí. En cambio, soy tapatío. Tapatío, nacido en Guadalajara. Nice. En Guadalajara, ¿cuál es como la cosa más memorable de en Guadalajara? Like, what's the number one thing to see? Le voy a hacer las manos un poquito más grandes porque ahorita se ven pequeñitas. Yo siempre intento de hacerle esas manos un poquito más grandes que son de normal porque creo que ayudan más para ser expresivas. Mariachi, tequila, tortas ahogadas, tejuino. ¡Anda! Suena divertido. Sí. Pero eso es chévere. Hoy, hoy día en mi oficina trajeron. so- every so often, they'll have like a little event en la oficina que ponen que alguien trae comida. Normalmente uno de los. Aquí se creó todo ese que te dije. Aquí se creó todo eso que te dije. Bueno. Bueno, I am a little gullible. ¿Será que me mentiste? ¿O es verdad también? ¿O si es verdad? Yo no conozco tan bien algunas cosas. Perdón. Y además, es conversación común y corriente. Sí, es verdad. Jaja, aquí se creó. ¡Ah, se creó! Ah, como que que fue. Ah, fue inventado. Pero no leí eso con el tono correcto. Uy, pero es el sitio de nacimiento de todo eso. ¡Qué bestia! Chéverísimo. Perdón que te dudé. No leí eso. Estuve. Mi familia dice que estábamos meando fuera del tiesto. Con esa. Ay, ay, ay. Déjame revisar eso una vez más. Ok, era como así, ahora entiendo. Me fascina el diseño del tal Pip-Boy del Fallout, cómo ha cambiado sobre los años, porque originalmente tenía una. Ay, carajo, es un robot. Sorry if I don't be clear. No, you're clear. You're clear. I'm glad that you clarified. Hang on. Slash ban Reroute Sugar Loafers. No te preocupes. Lo importante es que sí, que logré yo entender, porque yo estaba. Yo estaba perdidísimo, perdón. ¿Cómo es que era? A ver, era como. Ah, ahora me acuerdo. Era más como así. ¿Me parece? Tal vez la pantalla es un poco demasiado grande. Eso, así es. Bueno, a veces en la oficina donde yo trabajo hacen como eventitos pequeños donde alguien trae comida o normalmente son dulces o donas de un sitio que se llama Tim Hortons. Pero hoy día lo que trajeron fueron eran bien parecidas a empanadas. Eran riquísimas, pero no... Al parecer eran africanas y estaban muy buenas, pero tengo que aprender. Eso me dio la idea que me puedo congelar unas para el almuerzo. ¿Cómo se puede decir? Agradezco si me corriges. Ah, hmm, eh, thank you for correcting me. Or agradezco si me corriges. Mm, agradezco. Hmm. Eh, A mí una frase que me gusta es thanks in advance, que es que te agradezco en advance. En advance significa como que si pasa en el futuro. Así que thanks in advance. Así que si agradezco si me corrige sería thanks in advance for correcting me. Otra que sería I'll appreciate it if you correct me. Así que ¿cómo así sería? Sí. Bueno, estaba pensando que lo que pudiera intentar de hacerme para el almuerzo, porque yo me complico demasiado con el almuerzo que me traigo a la oficina, porque el otro día yo estaba como, no, solo me hago sanduchito con lo que me he cocinado para la semana. Está bien, pero me sigo trayendo el Tupperware con arroz y lo que me he cocinado para comerme una... El sándwich no me llena, es el problema. Así que me tengo que llevar una barra de granola o me tengo que llevar el Tupperware el arroz. Pero lo que estaba pensando es que pudiera ser que me pudiera congelar empanadas. Qué difícil es el inglés. A ver, mira. Si para mí no hubiera sido en circunstancias que tenía que aprender el inglés cuando fui 7, no me hubiera aprendido, creo. Yo soy muy lento con los lenguajes. A mí no me viene natural. Bueno, no me imagino que a cualquier persona le viene naturalmente aprender el lenguaje, pero el inglés es un poco jodido. ¿Para qué no? Pero también es muy rico como lenguaje. Una vez que le coges el golpe, puedes hacerte muy creativo con ello. Y queda gracioso también. Como por ejemplo, no sé, creo que es porque en muchas, bueno, tal vez es porque yo también ya lo conozco, pero I have English class, but it's so hard anyway. No, así pasa, así pasa a veces que tienes clase de inglés, pero tienes clase para un lenguaje, pero igual se te hace durísimo. Yo una vez tuve que aprender un poquito de chino en la secundaria. Y aun cuando cuando me pedí un tutor y todo, a mí no me salía. A mí me interesa mucho la cultura china, pero el lenguaje me puede, el lenguaje no es para mí. Eso, eso no es, no se puede negociar. Ah, tal vez se puede dar como una mochila. Sí, no. Pero la cosa chévere del inglés es que una vez que lo aprendes te da acceso a muchas diferentes cosas. Como hay libros, cómics, series de anime que yo nunca pudiera haber entendido o haber podido ver sin saber un poquito de inglés. How do you say tengo clases desde la primaria? I had classes since elementary school. Así que oh, I've been learning since elementary school. Pero es importante distinguir entre aprendiendo y teniendo las clases, pues, porque si tú estás aprendiendo inglés desde la primaria, eso tiene una vibra diferente, ¿no? Porque eso es como que estás entrenando intensamente. Es como en esas películas de Kung Fu donde se están dando los puñetes contra la pared y todo para entrenarse. Eso es como se suena si lo has estado aprendiendo desde la primaria. En cambio, si has tenido clases desde primaria, bueno, es verdad que no siempre se pega todo lo que tienes en tus clases, aun si quieres que se pegue. Porque yo tuve clases de biología en la secundaria que a mí me hubiera encantado poder tener ese conocimiento hasta esos días, porque es súper interesante como los diferentes detalles, cómo se puede aplicar a la vida diaria, etcétera. Pero si tú no lo usas, lo pierdes, pues. So, which is good option? Fue la segunda, así que Witch es bruja. Witch con T, con sin H es bruja. Witch con H-I-C-H es cuál. No, pero la que sería buena sería I've been learning, I've had classes since elementary school. Eso creo que da el punto que quieres. House Sandwich, bruja de arena. Sí, precisamente. Aunque sándwich no tiene la T normalmente. Pero sí he visto a alguien hacer ese chiste agrio. En un juego creo que vi a alguien hacer ese chiste agrio para crear un enemigo en el juego. No me acuerdo cuál era. Ah, sí, cierto, es sándwich. Ujú, ujú. Oye, si vas a aprender más inglés, lo que vas a odiar más que nada son las diferentes variaciones de todo. Porque yo, la manera que yo aprendí inglés es que yo estaba categorizando cosas bajo, como, yo estaba categorizando las cosas que aprendía. Así que, por ejemplo, Sandwich is a driving exploration game, I think. Hey, Jupiter. I'm glad you're tuning in for my English Spanish lesson. Sandwich is a driving exploration game. Déjame ver. Sandwich driving game. Let's see. Caravan sandwich. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And oh, this looks so cute. Be careful with my van. Why does the protagonist low-key look like V with that haircut? Se ve mucho como mi amiga V. I think it's like the apple-headed shape of it all. Though, eso sí, the kind of bangs on the haircut are what sets it apart, I think. Se ve un poco como esos manes medievales que ayudaban a los caballeros. But I love the design of the car. Ah, pero es más como... Sí es explorar. Muy interesante. I could probably vibe with that. I'll keep that tab open. Gracias por los subtítulos. You're welcome. A ver. ¿Qué estaba haciendo? Cierto, cierto, cierto. Right, the drawing. God, I really like exploration games. Esos donde nomás caminas por un buen rato sin tener que pelear ni nada. Claro que los de pelea también son interesantes. The fighting ones are also good, but every now and it's nice to have a change of pace. Es chévere tener variedad en las experiencias. I forgot how huge I made V's thighs. Ah, lo que pudiera hacer es agregarle botas. V might have lucked out with having a body-hugging white outfit. You can wear all kinds of clothing on top of it. Right? I'm about to give her some proper cowboy boots and everything. But yeah, muy fácil de agregarle accesorios. Very easy to accessorize. That reminds me. I remember recently learning... I didn't like other languages, but I understand the high importance I like. Creo que me equivoqué en algo. I don't like other languages, but I understand the high importance. Como lo que tú quieres decir es que no aprendes mucho de otros lenguajes, pero las cosas que sí te importan o que son importantes para saber en el lenguaje, eso sí te aprendes fácilmente. ¿Cómo así? Learning languages is so hard. Like, you would think that humans, los humanos como especie que se necesita comunicar, like a species that thrives off of social contact, would have developed a universal language. Intenté decir, no me gustaban otros idiomas, pero desde que comprendí su importancia ahora me gusta. Ah, como... I didn't like other languages. But since I understand how important they are, usé el bean como de este. No, no sé si sea lo correcto. Yeah, no, bean is like... Bean no se usaría en este caso. En vez de bean sería since. Así que... Desde entonces sería since then. They are now... So it would be something like this. I didn't like other languages, but since I understand how important they are now, I like them. Something like that would be kind of what you're trying to say. Wait, one of these boots is much bigger than the other. It's like I cut it in half. It's like I cut it in half. ¿Cuál es la diferencia entre been y since? Been es que fue y since es que es más como que es que es como desde un punto en el tiempo. Así que el been fue como que si fue en algún punto o como que es más como del objeto. Así que si tú dices I've been waiting, significa que he estado esperando, que tú has estado esperando. En cambio, si tú dices I've been here, bueno, también usa ese been. Pero si alguien te pregunta desde cuándo has estado aquí y tú dices since 3, desde las 3, eso es más como del evento, como de no es que tiene que hacer contigo, sino como que no es de la persona. If that makes sense. Eso es como yo lo entiendo, por lo menos. Since es como decir un tiempo ya predefinido y been es más como continuo. Creo que sí, creo que te estás acercando porque sí, porque tiempo ya predefinido se siente. Sí, creo que estás correcto. Espérate, déjame googlear esto para que no te esté contando tonterías. A ver. Been versus since. A ver. Bean Wiktionary. Me encanta Wiktionary porque tiene traducciones en diferentes lenguajes. For example, I had a dog since 2018. Sí. Que yo tuve un perro desde el 2018. Ah. Ahora creo que entiendo. Espérate. So, así que since Wiktionary. Yo tuve un perro en 2018. Eso también funciona, pero eso es como... No sé cómo decirte. I had a dog since 2018. Sí, es como decir que todavía tienes el perro. Pero en cambio, yo tuve un perro en 2018. Es como que si estás diciendo que no tienes el perro. O como I had a dog in 2018. Sería como lo dirías en inglés. Eso significa que ya no está allí el perro. La implicación es que el perro ya no está allí. A ver. Sí, mira. Ok. Así que since es que fue en un tiempo específico en el pasado. Así que lo encontré me encontré con él el año pasado, pero no lo he visto desde entonces. Sería I met him last year, but I haven't seen him since. En cambio, been es como el pasado de be. Ajá, sí. Así que todas las papitas han sido comidas. Es all the fries have been eaten. Mira tú. These are really good questions because como yo lo he aprendido desde hace así que yo no pienso de esas cosas esos días, pero es fascinante cómo es tan sutil las diferencias en el lenguaje, dependiendo de lo que quieres cumplir. It's so hard. Es... es... It is. It really is. Sí, es bien difícil. A decir la verdad, yo me estaba quejando en antes, pero en realidad fue un privilegio que pude aprender inglés cuando fui tan joven. Claro que en esa época fue un poco difícil apreciarlo, pero... Y claro que he tenido... Eso sí, la cosa más graciosa que puedes hacer siendo que el inglés no es tu primer lenguaje, es que tú puedes decir I can regret learning English si alguien te cuenta algo que tú odias. Ese es el... Pudiendo sacar eso como en la conversación casual es brutal. I'm gonna give this guy like Neanderthal vibes. Le voy a dar como vibra de hombre de cueva. I don't understand this phrase. Como que si fue hombre prehistórico. Neanderthal es un específico especie de ancestro humano. Si tú llamas a una persona como Neanderthal, es como que decir que es primitivo. Pero también que tiene como una vibra como esta. No, o sea, la de los idiomas. Ah. Así que si tú aprendes inglés, una cosa que le puedes decir a otro como de chiste es que fue un error aprender el inglés. Y si tú como por ejemplo, si a un amigo te enseña algo que tú odias, o que no es, o que a ti no te gusta para nada, o que a propósito te lo enseñaron para como enojarte. Tú le puedes decir, me, me da remordimiento haber aprendido el inglés. Eso es algo que solo tú puedes hacer. Siendo alguien que no fue, que no eres que hablas inglés nativamente. Uh-oh. Creo que por error, I think I accidentally made Ian a white guy with dreadlocks. Might have to backpedal on this. You have any advice for learning English? A decir la verdad, no. No tengo. Yo no. Tú estás a un nivel donde tú tienes que aprenderlo. Porque yo lo aprendí cuando yo fui 7. Así que supongo que reencarnación sería una buena solución. Pero... Creo que lo que yo te puedo recomendar más que nada es usarlo constantemente si puedes. Porque si tú lo usas constantemente, te lo aprendes de una. Si no tienes oportunidad de usarlo, lo pierdes. Eso es igual para todo lo que tú tienes que aprender que no te viene natural, ¿no? ¿Verdad? Como artes marciales o reglas de un específico juego o una receta. No te la vas a poder memorizar si tú no la haces frecuentemente o la usas frecuentemente. Así que ponte en situaciones donde vas a estar en lío si no lo usas. Un jueguito que podías intentar de hacer. No sé si esto va a ser bueno porque puede ser que te pateen de los chat rooms. Pero intenta irte a un stream en inglés y manda mensajes en chat y mira si cuánto tú puedes llegar sin que te den cuenta sin que se den cuenta que el inglés no es tu idioma nativo. Eso yo debía haber intentado hacer porque, bueno, como dije, no es productivo, pero sería interesante, creo. No, no, no hagas eso. I take it back. Don't do that. Actually. Pero sí. Es que muchas veces sí les entiendo cuando hablan, pero no responderles. Ah. Así que puedes entender el inglés más fácilmente si es verbal, pero no tanto si es escrito, entonces. ¿Algo así? No sé formular las oraciones. Eso está difícil. No tengo mucho consejo, a decir la verdad, porque yo no conozco el método de aprender un nuevo lenguaje. Déjame pensar, ¿cuál? Sí, no, supongo que ponerte en situaciones donde necesitas usarlo es lo más importante, porque digamos que te tomas una clase avanzada o que te pones en un currículo avanzado para el inglés, aun si tu nivel no está muy alto, tú sentirías la presura para usarlo frecuentemente para que no falles. Maybe I have vocabulary, but I don't know how I could use it. Ah, así que es como la gramática y eso que te falta. Hmm. ¿Many está bien dicho? No. Déjame corregirte que quiero decir mucho, sí. En vez de many sería I have a big vocabulary. Eso es como decir que tú tienes un vocabulario. Tú conoces muchas palabras. Hmm. Yo, Jupiter, if you're still around, do you have any tips for learning a new language? I I honestly don't know how I can help. Lo que sí he oído es que esas cosas como Duolingo y todo no ayudan tanto como esperarías. No clue. Mierda. Damn. You know, you'd have to find. Tuvieras que encontrar a alguien que sí conoce mucho de aprender un nuevo lenguaje. Y bueno, también depende mucho de qué tan serio quieres estar con aprender la cosa que estás aprendiendo. Porque si tú tienes tiempo para dedicarle y es como una prioridad alta en tu vida, bueno, entonces sí hay maneras que tú puedes. There are ways to make that happen. Claro, como te puedes involucrar en alguna actividad de comunidad que sea aprender inglés, pero me imagino que estás ocupada con muchas otras cosas también, ¿no? Lo voy a hacer más gordo. I'm gonna make him fatter. Become a pervert about something in your language and you'll find a way. No, espérate. No, hang on, you're cooking though. Tienes razón, porque si tú te encuentras algo en otro lenguaje que tú quieres estar obsesionado y la manera más fácil es aprender de ello en el otro lenguaje, estás bien. Ahí, ahí sí manda, porque... Yeah, no, like, creo que de eso sí puede ayudarte. I see how that could motivate you, because if you want to learn about it and you want to keep doing it, you're going to need that additional thing. Así que tal vez si usas una como esa de Wordle, tal vez no. Wordle, porque tu vocabulario está bien. Sí, hace poco comencé clases privadas de inglés. Tengo clases de inglés en la escuela y las privadas. Espero aprender un poco más con eso. Espérate, escuela. Espérate, ¿estás en secundaria o algo? ¿O estás en una universidad? Prepa. ¿Cuál era la preparatoria? Espérate. Escuela preparatoria. Suppose people who are inclined to be fans of media targeted to a younger audience have a greater on-ramp. Eso puede ser también, porque si... Como te estaba contando antes, eso del tokusatsu, eso tiene mucho que ver con... Eso es más que nada para jóvenes. Ah, preparatoria es ya cuando estás casi en la universidad, entonces. O ya es como que ya mismo te estás preparando para la universidad. O estoy mal. Sí, estoy a un año de la universidad. Ah, muy bien. I can't speak to its effectiveness, but I see people as well replace something they've seen or played before in their target language. Ah, eso puede ser también. Si tú eres muy fan de de alguna cosa, puedes intentar de comparar como la versión en inglés y la versión en español. That actually reminds me of the story I read once. I went to for a very brief time in my life, por un tiempo muy corto en mi vida, I went to I had to attend a Christian boarding school. The school had Christian school in its name. Así que era bien. Muchas de las materias se enfocaban en como historias bíblicas y eso. Sí me recomendaron ver caricaturas porque es un lenguaje simple. Cierto. But yeah, when I was at this Christian school, cuando estaba en esa escuela, one of the things that they made me do is that they made me read the biography of like this one dude who went on a mission to China. De un man que se fue en una misión religiosa a China. And the way he taught himself Chinese was by finding a Bible in Chinese and translating the passages to English. Así que ese man se aprendió cómo hablar chino usando capítulos de la Biblia, pero estaba comparando una Biblia en chino y una Biblia en inglés para entender lo que eran las diferentes frases y caracteres. I do think that biography was a little dumb, though. Sí creo que fue un poco bobo la biografía, eso sí, porque one of the anecdotes about this guy's life, right? Una de las historietas de la vida de este man fue que una vez el jefe le olvidó de pagarle. One of the like little anecdotes about this guy's life is that his boss forgot to pay him, and he just like took it and was like, "This is God testing me. My boss will remember." I suppose as a Christian, transcribing a Bible monk-like activity comes naturally. Cierto que los monjes tenían trabajo escribiendo la Biblia. Tal vez sí, también puede ser que habían traducido la Biblia. Lo que no sé usar son los this y that. Así que más como... Cierto que tú dijiste que la gramática a veces te hace un poco difícil, ¿no? Hang in there. Tenle fuerza. But yeah, the story was that his boss forgot to pay him, and he was like, "No, this is God testing me." Like, no, get your boss to pay you. Que no, ese es Diosito que me está dando prueba. No, pues hombre, dile a tu jefe que te olvidó de pagar. That's why like parts of it I still remember. Like there was like this one section. Me acuerdo todavía de partecitas del libro, como que una que describió una presentación como electrificante. Like there was one part where he was like the person's speech was electrifying. I remember that very clearly. Cambia tu voz en español y en inglés. Tengo diferentes actores de voz para los diferentes lenguajes. They're saying my voice changes when I speak Spanish and when I speak English. Creo que puede ser tal vez que porque yo tengo que pensar más de lo que estoy diciendo en español. Creo que la manera que yo hablo ha de cambiar también. Porque en inglés puedo ser mucho más animado, mucho más dinámico, pero en español no sé cómo decirlo. Es como que si estoy copiando lo que he oído de otros. In Spanish, I have to be much more careful with like what I say because I have to think about it constantly to make sure that I'm saying the right thing. But in English, it's like, meh, just throw it together. let her rip and let the black box fly. En español hablas más lento, o tal vez es que yo escucho muy rápido en inglés. Puede ser, no. Ha de ser una mezcla de las cosas. I think it's gotta be a mix because they're saying I speak much more slowly in Spanish. And that makes sense. Eso es verdad que tengo que hablar mucho más lento en español. Tal vez le pongo eso cuando estoy pintando. Kind of funny since you have a pretty chilled out voice in general. That's true. I do tend to get high energy when I'm making jokes, though, which is very frequently. Eso sí, eso es fascinante. Gracias por contarme. Me encanta aprender detallitos así mismo. Detallitos como esos. I kind of want to give him like Luke from Street Fighter, kind of huge arms. Quiero darle unos bracísimos, especialmente como en parte de aquí, más cerca de la mano. Quiero darle unos brazotes. Creo que se vería gracioso si se ve como Popeye. Ay, no, tal vez eso es mucho. Eso es demasiado ya. Eating his spinach. Do you think... That must be like what drinking a Nuka-Cola must feel like. Cuando tomas una soda de esas de Nuka-Cola en el juego, ha de ser como cuando dice el ta 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 ta. Ay, ay, ay. Let's be honestly, high fructose corn syrup is the closest thing you're getting to like good nutrients in that age. El sirope de maíz ha de ser lo más cercano que hay como a propia vitamina en como esa época de Mad Max. Remember when Mad Max straight up ate a can of dog food? What was up with that? Why did bro do that? Hace un rato I was on the stream of a French girl. Love that language and her accent is top. Funny that you mentioned that. Es gracioso que mencionas que el francés. Me imagino que es más fácil entender el francés que el inglés, aun si no hablan español, ¿no? Yo una vez me tomé una clase de francés y fue regalado porque todo el lenguaje era la misma palabra pero en español, pero en vez de terminar la palabra le agregas al fin en ur. Como tractor, tracteur. Carro, carreur. Es... No me entendía nada de la gramática de ese lenguaje, pero me logré casi tener full puntos en el examen de vocabulario. No le entendía ninguno de las dos, ni el inglés ni el francés. Damn, so you've kind of missed on both languages. That's rough. But I love francés. Anda. El francés sí tiene su encanto. I do think French has its good points. Eso sí, porque yo vivo en Canadá. Los de Quebec son un poco insufribles. The Quebecois are kind of difficult to get along with. Okay, ahí va Ian. Next up is Tycho. Or actually, I think it's a romantic language. Anda, qué lindo. I kind of want to make Ian hold the gun. I think that'll look better. Quiero que tenga una pistola en la mano. Porque tuvo unos accidentes infamosos este man con la pistola. Somehow I'm talking about children's cartoons today, but I haven't really watched French animated films, and I think I'm probably missing out. Eso es verdad. That's true, because the French are fucking cracked at animation. Los franceses conocen muy bien cómo animar las cosas. Like, there was that film... había esa película... There was like that robot movie a little while back where there was like the dog along with the robot, right? I missed out on watching that one. Pero, había una película que había como un perro antropomórfico con un robot que al parecer fue súper buena, súper bien recibida. La película del robot es francesa. Cierto que no tenía no tenía diálogo. Right. I forgot that movie didn't actually have dialogue. Pero sí, creo que fue francesa. Espérate. Dog Robot Movie. Sí, Los sueños del robot. Espérate. Robot Dreams. French, Mon ami robot. It's a 2023 animated tragic comedy. Uy, es también de tragedia. I'm sure I'd find things that are more bearable, but family or children's films feel like they take more effort for me to feel like watching. I kind of get you, honestly. Mira tú. Ganó un premio en el Cannes Film Festival. Mira tú. Oye, espérate. ¿Por qué está el póster en... Why is the poster in Spanish, though? Robot Dreams. El 6 de diciembre solo en cine. ¡Eso es español! La empecé a ver, pero solo vi como 40 minutos. Me aburrió. Oye. Está muy buena, pero es muy lenta. Good, but slow build up. Wikipedia is here to aid you. Yeah. I remember a little while back, somebody told me that it's not a Pabs stream unless like he has Wikipedia tabs open while he's talking. Alguien me dijo que no es un stream mío a menos que saco Wikipedia para algo. And I'm like, true. Eso es verdad, eso es cierto. Muy cierto. ¿Cómo se veía la pistola de Fallout? There was like a 10mm pistol model. Hang on. Ah, there it is. Se ve tan fea. It is kind of an ugly gun. Come to think of it, like, look at how straight the back of it is. No ergonomics. No tiene nada ergonómico el diseño. A renaissance rise for the modern age. Clip Studio Paint and Wikipedia always. Como que... Teniendo tan frecuente visitas a Wikipedia, sí me hace como un poco Leonardo da Vinci, supongo. Having Wikipedia strapped is kind of giving me Leonardo da Vinci credibility. A little bit. One of the French movies that I liked is Calabacín. Calabacín, déjame ver. I don't think I've heard of that one. Calabacín movie. Ah. Es una que tiene el peladito con el pelo azul. Esta. Is it this one? The film received acclaim from critics with many... Sí, esta es. Se la ve simpática, me recuerda... It reminds me a lot of Studio Laika. Bueno, supongo, todas esas películas que son de animada, de arcilla animada, siempre me recuerdan de Estudio Laika. Set in Switzerland in the 2010s. Es en Switzerland. Anda, mira todo. Like Coraline? Like Coraline, exactly like Coraline. Yes, 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 yes. Me acuerdo que un amigo me enseñó Coraline cuando fui como de 10 años y estuvimos en pijamada y esa soquetada me asustó tan feo. Es una película muy buena, pero un poco oscura. Uy. Que esa que mi vida como calabacín o Coraline. Porque eso supongo que es verdad de Coraline. La mano está enorme. ¿Por qué la hice tan grande? Why is this? I made this hand way too big. Put that thing away. Calabacín, anda. O sea, también Coraline. Yeah, that's true. Coraline was also pretty dark as a movie. This thingy right here is what's gonna save my life. Esa cosita que tiene como de manubrio es la que es súper icónica para mí. Pero Calabacín es un huérfano que por accidente manda al cielo a su mamá. Uy. Yeah, that's much darker. Eso sí es mucho más dramático. Okay. Wait, for me, it's super easy to get tripped up about media that has like a loved one or a family member passing away. Para mí es demasiado efectivo. Soy demasiado débil a películas y historias donde se muere un miembro de la familia. La vi en español y en francés. Anda. ¿Cuál te gustó más? Bueno, supongo que entendiste más la de español, pero if you watched it in two languages, did you like it more in French? Porque me imagino que en francés también tenía subtítulo en español. En francés me encantó. Claro, pues porque hubiera tenido subtítulo o algo, ¿no? Yeah, with subtitles. Yeah. Recently I was remembering because August is coming up, porque estamos en el verano, me estaba acordando de una serie que yo me vi en la secundaria que se llama Kagero Project. There was this series called Kagero Project which I remember a lot of. I don't remember it being very good. No fue muy buena. En retrospectivo no creo que me gustó tanto, pero sí me acuerdo muy claramente de algunas partes. The hardest thing about Kagero Project is that I remember a lot of it very clearly, but I cannot for the life of me say it was good. Like, I could not call Kagero Project peak cinema. No sé, no le recomendaría a alguien como diciéndole, sí, esa es la mejor del mundo. There are some things, there are some movies. Hay algunas películas o series y eso that you can't recommend to someone. No puedes recomendarle a la persona. Tienen que encontrársela a ellos. Like, you can't recommend it because they have to find it. If the stars align, they have to find it. Casi todo lo veo con subtítulos, pero no son subtítulos del inglés. But that makes sense. Eso sí entiendo, porque a mí también me encanta ver cosas con subtítulo, aun si no está en otro lenguaje. I like reading along with my watching. It keeps me focused. Me mantiene más concentrado, yo siento, cuando tiene subtítulo y y el... ¿Cómo se llama? Y el dub. Fun to know I wasn't massively missing out. I think I finished the manga for that, plus naturally knew some of the songs. Yeah, like, I remember being 12 years young. Yo me acuerdo que tenía como 12 años and crying like it was like somebody turned on a faucet when I first saw Ayano's Theory of Happiness. I do think the songs hard carry that series, unfortunately. Me da pena, pero creo que las canciones de esa serie son como el highlight. But you know. Like, it's interesting. Es interesante, and it tries to do some interesting things, but I think it's like past a certain point, it's like, okay, how many more timelines are we going through? Pasado un cierto punto es demasiado complicado. That's the problem you run into with time loop stories. Is like a lot of it takes a lot of effort. Cuando la historia tiene algo que ver con que un día o un periodo de tiempo se repite, o que eventos se repitan en ciclo, y es como de viajar en el tiempo. It takes a lot to not like lose me. Which could be a skill issue. Puede ser falta mía que yo no sigo también la historia con ese tipo con ese género, pero así es. But yeah, I did make a list of songs from Kagero Project that I want to re-listen to at least. How I watch anime. I like those voice actors. Ah. ¿Tú encuentras nuevas series porque sea un actor de voz que te gusta? Buena que corregiste la C. Eso sí está mal. That's such a fascinating way of finding new stories. Esa es una manera que yo no hice mucho porque yo no veía tanto los créditos de voz. I didn't watch so much the voice credit. I usually, like, I knew an artist or I knew, like, the author. Yo conocía el autor o el artista que creó una historia y así es como yo me aprendía. That's how I found new stories. Or, like, in the same genre, even. As en el mismo género me las encontraba. Los cascos son durísimos para mí para dibujar. Helmets are hard. Have you ever checked out anything Sound Horizon? I see V glaze it all the time. Veo que mi amiga V habla de esa serie de Sound Horizon todo el tiempo, pero nunca... I've never had a chance to check it out. I should try to check it out, honestly. I remember she linked in that one where a bunch of VTubers got together on it. O sea, no busco las series donde aparecen esas voces, pero sí focuseo más en esas series que otras. Ah, I get it. But yeah, I think I would really like Sound Horizon if I gave it a chance. Unfortunately, I don't have time to be getting into all that right now. Or maybe I do, actually. Who knows? Who knows what the future will hold? God damn, our helmet's hard to draw. I remember I had this problem drawing Hawk Sterling because I had to make that 3D model of the helmet. En una vez estaba ayudando a un amigo a dibujar un cómic y tuve que hacer un modelo del casco de la protagonista porque no sabía cómo se viera en de diferentes ángulos. Same composer, vocalist as the Attack on Titan openings of a bunch of RPG soundtracks. Oh! No sabía eso, que era el mismo que creó música para todas esas cosas. Everybody, everybody keeps talking about how good the Attack on Titan first opening was, and I've listened to it a couple of times, and I know, he oído la canción de inicio de esa de Attack on Titan, y muchas personas dicen que es buenaza, but I thought it was okay at best. I'm not trying to be like oh, I'm so different, but like there are some things that I just don't click with. But I do know a lot of people liked it, so that's a very good vouch for the composer. Sí, aunque a mí no me gustó tanto esa del Attack on Titan, sí sé que a muchas personas le gustó, así que eso tú puedes tomar como seguro, supongo. I don't know. I feel like V looks too plain. I feel like I need to give her like... I don't know. Maybe some kind of leather pad? Or actually... No, lo que podía hacer es darle un tipo como de armadura por aquí al frente. For Sound Horizon, each album has a separate story or world, usually with a musical-like concert to watch if you can find it. Ah, chévere. Same, everyone talks good things about Attack on Titan, but I feel boring when I watch más de 10 episodios. Yeah. Ah, le podía dar. No supe decir como lo último y puse así. Anda. Pero sí, mira tú. Lo del Sound Horizon me suena interesante también. I do think Sound Horizon does sound really interesting. I do think that if I just like sat down and watched the concert version, I think that would go really hard. Me encantaría, me parece que sería la bomba. ¿Será que es pasado de moda decir ya la bomba? Siento como... No sé cuál el lenguaje es pasado de moda, porque siento como que si hablo así, de verdad sueno como que si soy de los 80s. Sí es pasado de moda. ¡Mierda! Eso es todo lo que tengo. Saying something's the bomb is outdated in Spanish too. Now I'm really doomed. I'm sure if you consulted V or some of the Tumblr clan, they'd point you to where to go. That's true. V, like I said, V is like a super hitter for Sound Horizon, so I'm sure if I asked her, she would point me in the right direction. Maybe if I gave V shoulder pads. Oh, what I could do is I could give her like a utility belt. Or actually, like, hang on. No es bueno que sobrecomplique el dibujo. It's not good to like add too much, but I do think adding just a simple holster with a gun in it is going to be very helpful. I like how you called them Tumblr Clan, like they're some kind of warrior cats group. Me encanta que que Jupiter llamó al grupo Tumblr Clan. I was never a Warrior Cats kid. I never got into that series. I think I like just missed the cultural moment for it. Yo no tuve chance de ver eso del Warrior Cats, pero sí he visto como las personas que se hicieron super fans de ella y es fenomenal lo que hacen. Warrior Cats fans are very dedicated because what do you mean there was like a song that I saw released like 2 weeks ago and somebody made like an AMV for like a Warrior Cats AMV for it? That's crazy. Alguien hizo como un video de música con esa serie a una canción que fue muy reciente, así que there are some like very long lasting fires out there. You know what I mean? It's like hay algunas series que la gente se mete y nunca sale. Maybe that's more about the people's dedication. Tal vez es más de la gente que se une, pero más que la serie en sí misma. That reminds me of how the algorithm wants me to know that Cats the Musical has a currently running show down south where the cats, which are typically British, are all Texan themed complete with accents. Okay, hang on. I need to suck it into my mind palace to translate that whole thing. Me recuerda de cómo ahorita en las regiones sures de América hay una versión de ese. How do you say play? Hang on. Play Wiktionary. How would you say play, actually? Action or motion. Act in a performance. Okay, eso es... no, espérate. Play, noun. Theatrical performance. Here we go. En una obra, la obra teatral Cats, ahorita hay una versión que todos tienen, es como que si han sido convertidos vaqueros y son como temas de Texas en vez de ser ingleses. That sounds awesome. Shit, do they have like is that on Red for you on YouTube? Like where can I find that? Maybe it isn't the best conversation, but I feel so good for meeting you. I think it's a good chance to listen to a bit of English. Dime si me equivoco en algo. No problem. Cats en casa mañana. Isn't the best conversation, but I feel so good for meeting you. Así que sería... Sí entiendo lo que quieres decir. Como que... bueno, es cierto que es un poco... No es convencional como nos estamos comunicando, pero sí, es cierto que es conversación buena. Necesitamos otro juego como New Vegas. We need another game like New Vegas to make leather dusters cool again. They had their time in the sun and now they're gone again, but we need them back. Hey, this isn't the best conversation, but I feel so good for meeting you. Tal vez en vez de feel so good for meeting you es I'm glad I met you. Pero sí entiendo, porque feel good to meet you es... Sí carga lo que quieres decir, creo. Pero sí, fue bueno conocerte también. Gracias. Wait. I have an idea. Tengo una idea. En vez de darle el propio casco, lo voy a hacer calvo. Because he's like bald in the game. Es calvo en el juego, así que le voy a hacer calvo aquí también. I don't know. I think a lot of people would look really good in a long leather coat. Creo que esas chaquetas de cuero largas le quedan bien a muchas personas. Although that could just be like the you know what I mean? There are some things that are cool, but there are also things that are like cool unless you think about them for too long. Hay cosas que yo sí creo que son bacanas, pero hay cosas que creo que son bacanas en teoría y tú crees que son bacanas, pero viéndolas más en práctica es un poco cringe. Well, friends, me voy retirando, voy a ir a comer, fue un gusto conocerlos y espero pasarme por acá otro día. Gracias. Muy lindo tenerte, gracias. Que tengas un bonito día. The CSP models are all too skinny. Like, this guy looks like a twig underneath. Or maybe I make them too big. That's also an issue. The problem is twofold. Wait, actually, you know what I should make Taiko do? Lo que debería hacer es darle esa Coca-Cola. He was carrying a Nuka-Cola in his inventory when V met him, and, and I remember she cracked a joke about that, which is really funny. So maybe I'm just gonna give him that. I'm sure there's plenty of musicals set in the South, but I'm seeing plenty of ballet cats and bandanas. That's awesome. That's that's so cool, actually. He's also a little big compared to Ian, so let me just shrink him down a little bit. Wait, what if I gave the Nuka-Cola a little straw so that he could drink out of it? I'm a genius. I made the mouth of it, the tip of it too wide too, I think. Actually, come to think of it, you're right. I don't think I've seen too many Southern musicals. Oh, you just sent video evidence. I do love that. Hang on. Let us see. Oh! Very good. Hang on, let me put this up on the Jumbotron. Copyright be damned, we gotta see this.
Jellicle songs for Jellicle cats. Jellicle songs for Jellicle cats. Jellicle songs for Jellicle cats.
Would you look at that? I love the saloon vibes of it. I do really enjoy that. Every day I thank God I don't know what the hell Cats is about. You can tell it's Texan because even the magician has guns. Ah, good old gunpowder wizards. Where would we be without them? Whoops. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Hang on. Let me put the... Bringing back the Jumbotron.
And we all say, oh, well,
Look at that, yo! Dang! Why is he kind of nice with it, actually? Oh, and it's like in the side saddle saloon. That too? That's crazy. I see the little sheriff's badge on this guy, too. This is really good stuff. Thank you for sharing that. This is what we should all aspire to look like. I've been saying we need to have, like... It's important, I think, on a kind of Maslow's hierarchy of needs style level, to be able to do something to dress kind of ridiculous and still rock it. Hang on, I feel like I realized that I don't remember what an old school glass Coca-Cola bottle looks like. Let me Google that real quick. 50s Coke bottle. Ah, right. I remember. Yeah, he's holding it a little bit high up, actually. Bro, relax. Nobody's gonna take it away from you. I will say, as many kind of like gripes that I have about Fallout 4 as I do think they went with an absolutely galaxy brain move to make Nuka-Cola bottles look like tiny bombs. I do think that was a very charming move. If you get enough experience points in a certain class, your cat girl levels up to a Cat's-esque dancer. God, that would be a sick idea for like an RPG Maker game where like there is very much a anime cat girl character, but every single thing she does is like a reference to the musical Cats. That would be deranged, I think, but somebody should have the guts to do that. Somebody needs to pull the trigger on. Somebody must have pulled the trigger on that idea in the corner of itch.io. You know, people are like, no, cat girls aren't supposed to be like super cute. Like they're supposed to act more like cats. They're supposed to like scratch you and spit up hairballs and be gross. And like I'm saying, we need to have like a happy medium where they also sing, and presumably fight for the right to get thrown into a burning pile of tires, which is what I'm pretty sure Cats is about. Question mark. The cats in question are attempting to escape samsara through ritualistic immolation? Something like that. I suppose you'd be able to do it. The characters are all distinct things like Criminal Cat, Magician Cat, Meiji, X-Star, Troublesome Twins. So that is true, actually. That does pose an interesting conundrum in that the cats from Cats are cats, but their thing is not being cats. Their thing is having like a traditional archetype. They just happen to be cats while they do it. Meanwhile, Catgirl is like almost a character archetype. They're presenting themselves to decide who gets to be reborn. I see. Huh. That's kind of weird, though. Wouldn't you want the person who's like least likable to be reborn? Like if you have your best buddy, like I don't know, Hairball, the short hair, right? And everybody loves Hairball. Everybody thinks Hairball is like the greatest thing since canned wet food. But meanwhile, you have like this dickhead over here, Litter Kicker, who is, you know, he pisses in the food bowl and whatever, like those cats from those Chinese apps that they have over cat feeders. You know, wouldn't you want that guy to be reborn? Because like then you're rid of him for the time being. Meanwhile, you get to hang out with Hairball and shit is all nice and cool. Although maybe it is preferable to be reborn. Maybe it is very well and truly like a Samsara type deal where you want, even if you are virtuous, you want to eventually escape it. This brings up the idea of like there being a Jellicle Cat Bodhisattva equivalent, though, which is fascinating to contemplate. Much to consider. I should probably do research on what the hell Cats is about. By which I mean probably watching a recording of the Broadway act. Because let's be real, there's no way I'm watching the movie. Even I know that's a bad idea. Foolish though I might seem. But yeah, it is weird to think about. Like, from the perspective of the cats themselves. I don't know. Interacting with this world, there's a 1998 question mark version that's more or less what you'd like to use as the definitive recording. Damn, so that is fascinating to think about as well. What do you like? Do you think that there's other productions where there was like a peak recording? I'm assuming that the 1998 version is like maybe the most popular one, but each time a play is recorded, there must have been one where everybody is like, "Yeah, that's the one." I imagine that for a lot of plays, the recorded version is like, they have to have multiple takes of it. It's recorded over a bunch of the different showings of that play, and they just choose the one that's most appealing and they cut it together, maybe. Or maybe it is just one. I don't know. That feels like such a fascinating topic. Like just the industry and logistics of recording theater plays. I don't think there's many recorded video versions of Cats, but I'm not a feline fiend. That's true. I guess I could always buy a $4,000 ticket to Broadway and then buy a second for the plane, and then a second $4,000 ticket to watch Cats to save my curiosity. But Philistine that I am, I think I'll have to stick with the recorded version. I made Tycho's chest way too big. Not counting promotional videos? Well, yeah, no, those shouldn't be counted. That's like adding the previews you see in a different movie to an actual movie's runtime. It's just inflating statistics for the sake of inflating statistics. Maybe I need to do the noble Tumblr method of watching a bunch of GIF sets of something until you can more or less piece together the plot. Okay, nearly done with the line art here. Just have to get my guy Dogmeat in there. Thinking about weirdest shows. Do you know about Starlight Express? I feel like I've heard of it. I don't recall it specifically. Let me Google that. What the? Oh my god! Yeah! Oh my god! Wait, that's awesome. What is this? Is everybody on roller skates? From the same dude as Phantom of the Opera, Cats of Eden. That was all the same dude? Roller skating indoors. Look at that. Oh, that's so cute, though. I will say this is like painfully mid-2000s. but that is so cool. Oh, they're doing like a little conga line. That's so sweet. There's something very quaint about roller skating. What the? It's like a boy is playing with toy trains and making them race, and the trains are personified as roller skating folks. Awesome. Yeah, no, the costume design for this is top notch. That's so cool and colorful. Oh wow, they even have like a little way to swing by the audience like that. That's so cool. I'm not sure you should be doing that indoors. That seems a little irresponsible, but you know what? I'm not a fire expert. Yet. Seriously, these are so charming. It's probably horrible to set up because I think it's supposed to have tracks built around the theater, plus you have likely previous non-skaters crashing into each other while skating. That or the Phantom of the Opera guy found like the secret weird correlation connection that everybody who roller skates is also somehow cracked at acting. That would be a very strange coincidence, but I wouldn't put it past roller skaters. I feel like they have very esoteric ways. I will agree though that it is probably horrible to set up. Like just even the safety railing, all that safety railing, my god. There's a permanent building in Germany where they perform it, which is probably the best instead of trying to cram multiple tiers of tracks into a cramped century-plus-old theater. I would have to agree. I concur. No notes. Let me take another look at Dogmeat real quick. I know they made him like a German Shepherd in the more recent iterations. But he does look just more like a mutt in the actual Fallout things. In the actual Fallout things, in like the official art and graphics. I'm gonna make him look a little fucked up. I know the show has gone on tour, so I have to wonder if they just choreograph people to go in circles around the stage, or if the poor crew has to turn random theaters or arenas into roller derbies. That is funny to think about. I definitely wouldn't want to be in their shoes. Hang on, this thing needs to have its mouth way more open. The Wicked Fang. Or maybe they turn roller derbies into theaters. I feel like turning a roller derby into a theater is probably less effort than turning a theater into a roller derby. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like one has a kind of infrastructure that the other one could benefit from, while it's not true in the reverse. I want to make it people look at this thing and be like, "What is that? Is that a giant rat or something?" I know the Olivia Newton-John movie Xanadu, roller skating featuring music from Electric Light Orchestra. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Also has been performed as live theater, but I assume that one is way safer than trying to perform races with scripted accidents. If you or a loved one has been harmed in a showing of Starlight Express, you might be entitled to financial compensation. I do love. There is a certain joy that comes with making just the absolute, like, scrungliest beast you've ever laid your eyes on. Hmm. So good and scrunkly right now, boss. Thank you. I'm glad. That makes me happy to hear. I think I'm running into a quick problem though. I don't know what a dog's foot looks like. Well, I'll figure it out or I won't. Wait, the toe beans. I can leverage that. Hmm. Okay, yeah, this feels more right. Or maybe it doesn't. The hind legs will be easier, I think. There we go. Oh, wait. Okay. I think hang on. I think I get where I went wrong now. I had like a misunderstanding of like where each joint was on this thing. Because if you think about it, right, this is a shoulder. This would be the forearm? No, this would be the forearm. And then this is the hand. Right? I think that's right. I am. You know what? It's looking good. It's looking better than it did a moment ago. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that that was right by virtue of winners write the history books. Okay, and then this is gonna come in over here. Perfect. This thing's tail was very fluffy, like... I do think I made its stomach a little bit too distended, though. I'm gonna shift it up a little bit. Not too much, though. There we go. How's that look without the reference? Pretty good, if I do say so myself. Maybe a little bit closer to Tycho, though. Also, I need to add myself. I forgot about that. I should do that on a different layer, though. I wish there was like a visual shorthand for me to be like, your destination is approximately 2 kilometers north. I would make a terrible GPS assistant. I feel like I would get very easily distracted and be like, if you turn left, you will be able to see the historical site of where a cowboy gunman shot a sheriff and managed to make away with 4 dozen cows before being eventually apprehended by the law. And like by then you would have missed your turn. You would have missed your exit. Hmm. Maybe I should like give myself a whistle. Like forward, you know what I mean? Like a traffic director or something. Like this. Hang on, where's the... I need a reference for a traffic controller. They don't really have whistles though. With whistle. Forgot that I could just ask. Oh yeah, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Alright. What kind of hand signs do they do? Okay, then over here. Okay, I would have to make my head a little bit smaller and then make my hand a little bit bigger. There we go. Being a traffic controller feels like one of those things where like you wonder how they got trained, because so much of traffic control has been automated by this point that I feel like it's kind of like an elevator operator, how they used to have a very important job because like nobody knew how to use elevators, but now that they've been so thoroughly automated, it's very difficult to have a situation where one, someone won't know how to operate an elevator, and two, the elevator is of sufficient complexity that it needs an entirely dedicated operator. I do wonder if there are still bellhops running around. I remember playing My Sims Kingdom as a kid and being like, wow, that guy, and Buddy is a bellhop. I wonder if that's like a real profession you can still have. And I mean, I guess it probably is at a very fancy hotel that like sells customers on the idea of like being like traditionally ultra rich socialites, maybe. But outside of that, like, it's just anybody who can carry bags. I don't know. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe it's that it's become more common to be a bellboy. Followed paths. Thank God the world ended in the 50s and no later. I'm still employed. God. Where would you see yourself in a Mad Max post-apocalypse? Dead, very likely, or I would like be the equivalent of. You remember how in Fury Road there's like this fat guy who has like a metallic nose and is like talking about the different costs of the crusade? Given that I have some background in accounting, I'd probably be like that guy. I would try to be some kind of like professional service warlord, I suppose. Mr. Nipple Clamps? That guy had nipple clamps? Damn! Guess life ain't always sweet. I mean, don't get me wrong, the prosthetic nose probably itches like hell, but the nipple clamps, not a name, I assume? I mean, we don't know that. I mean, I assume that letting your freak flag fly in the post-apocalypse is a little bit easier than it is now, even, because you know, if anybody says like, ew, that's so weird, don't say that, you could just shoot them. You don't really get that luxury right now. The thing is, I think if you decide to wear nipple clamps to work, you're not allowed to get mad for being known as the nipple clamp guy. I have many questions, but also good with the unknowing. Bunny, have you never seen Mad Max Fury Road? I don't know, I think it's sweet for him. He wouldn't be able to hang like that as a lackey in a normal office. In any normal office that we know of, no. That would be sadly not a career option. Did he have nipple clamps? I don't remember if he had nipple clamps. I genuinely didn't notice if he had nipple clamps. Hang on. Accountant guy, Fury Road. His name is literally the People Eater? That's crazy. Hang on. Mad Max Fury Road. Dean Hood. Hang on. I can't believe that Mad Max got away with calling a dude Rictus Erectus. That's crazy. I have not, but I also came right at Mr. Nipple Clamp guy, so my confusion was high. Understandable. Honestly, I cannot blame you. Hang on. George Miller. Organic Mechanic. The Doof Warrior. God, I love the Doof Warrior. Toast and Knowing. Top Cast 80. Here we go. Tell me more about the cast. Literally called the People Eater. That's crazy. Hang on. Did he have... Oh man, he totally did. Look at... Oh, God, he even has a cutout for them. How did I not notice? Don't fucking hang your fingers on it like it's a gold wristwatch, man. What the fuck is... That cannot be good for you. Putting weight on it feels like the worst idea. He's just messing with them all the time. Like, again, I just cannot fathom that being a good idea. Let's see. I kind of want to go back and look at, hang on, Mad Max Fury Road, full cast and crew. Show me that Doof Warrior fellow one more time. Hell yeah! When you get to this shot in the movie and you see some random dude in pajamas shooting out a gout of fire from a flamethrower mounted on a double-necked guitar, that's kind of like when you know whether this will be for you or not. You need to have like one or two idiots like this running around where they absolutely steal the show, but are otherwise unremarkable. That's super important for world building. Just have one or two guys running around that are absolute freaks, very unconventional even by the standards of the setting, and just let them carry the weight of the world on their shoulders. Cannot believe that I forgot that that guy had nipple clamps. That's crazy. It is disturbing that they're kind of like just fidget toys for him. Like, again, more power to him, but like I'm trying to imagine the feeling of that, and I am not having a good time. Like, they just seem very unstable. I don't know, what would be the best piercing to have as like just a fidget thing? I'm guessing some kind of hand piercing or something like that. Because yeah, nipple clamps, the nipple piercing fidget toy just seems like it's an accident waiting to happen. Checking the two-eyed, no-horn driving white people eaters wiki, and his ride is a Mercedes limousine oil tanker hybrid. Two-eyed, no-horn driving white people eaters. What? Hang on. Is that the actual name of the wiki article? Hang on. You know, I don't know the song. What do you mean there's a song? One-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people. I've never heard of that song in my entire life. What? Hang on. Let me... Purple People Eater, 1958 single by Sheb Woolley? Hang on, we gotta do some research. The way you said it out loud, I immediately thought of the song. I've never heard of the song before. The premise of the song came from a joke told by the child of a friend of Woolley's, fellow songwriter Don Robertson. What has one eye, one horn, flies and eats people? A one-eyed, one-horned flying people eater. Woolley finished composing the song within an hour, later describing it as undoubtedly the worst song he had ever written. God damn. MGM Records initially rejected the song, saying it was not the type of music with which they wanted to be identified. An acetate of the song reached MGM Records' New York office. It became popular with the office's young people. Up to 50 people would listen to the song at lunchtime. The front office noticed, reconsidered their decision, and decided to release their song. It went viral in the office? Okay. The strange creature descends to Earth because it wants to be in a rock and roll band. Much of the song's humor derives from toying with the listener's expectations. The creature is initially described as having one long horn, suggestive of an anatomical horn, yet the song ends with the creature playing music from the horn, implying that it is acoustic or instrumental. Oh, come on! The creature, challenging the listener's assumption that the creature is a purple-colored people eater, the creature asserts that it eats purple people. It's like the witch doctor song to me, just something you know. Attempts to clarify the ambiguities in the song have persisted since its original release. Alright. Notable recordings, popularity. Major British manufacturer Waddington's marketed a children's game inspired by the song. Players competed to remove tiny people from the rubber purple people eater shell using tweezers on a wire loop. Oh, so it's like surgery, I see. In the 1984 post-apocalyptic novel Brother in the Land, cannibals are nicknamed Purples from the song. Huh. In the 2022 film Nope features a cinematographer, Antlers Holst, who is hired to capture an alien on camera. While preparing to capture the camera footage of the alien creature, Holst recites the lyrics from the Purple People Eater. Marvel Supervillain uses it as a theme song? Bastion uses the song as a self-chosen theme song in the 2024 Marvel Animation Disney Plus streaming X-Men 97. That's... What the hell does Bastion look like? What? Oh, because he's purple too, I see. That is fascinating. I'll have to do more research into this after stream. I feel culturally enriched. Him MCU Ultron picking children's songs for some reason. I mean, sometimes you just gotta... Sometimes a children's song is kind of a bop is the thing. Actually, you know what I should do? I should make use of that one tool that I've been seeing so frequently, the ice cream one. I've been trying to get into the habit of using it more because it helps to fill in the gaps a little bit more easily. If I match the Purple People Eater, maybe I'd use a theme song too. Rock and Roll Monster is a fun niche. Honestly, you're right. We questioned the absurdity of the one-eyed, one-horned purple people eater, but we haven't considered the whimsy of it. We haven't really given regard to its greater potential for fun. All right. Oh, missed the spot here. I should make his neck thicker. Plonk this out here. Perfect. One-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. Honestly, though, props to that kid for telling that joke. I feel like if I heard a child tell me that joke, I would have laughed my ass off. The late 50s and their novelty songs of creatures getting to rock and roll. If birds do it, rock and robin, then surely the bees can rock too. Of course bees can rock. There's even one of the famous rock musicians is called Sting. I feel like Sting has lost cultural relevance. I feel like I used to hear about Sting all the time, and now not so much. Do we think that bees would be percussionists? I feel like they'd be adept at any instrument, really. I feel like no matter what they do, they'd cause a buzz. They have that kind of charisma. Although they do have a tendency to prefer droning sounds. I'm running out of bee puns. I don't know all that much about bees, if I'm being honest. Going into Fallout with a pun-oriented build. That would be kind of a problem, because I feel like if I told a lot of the Wasteland creatures my jokes, they would beat me up on instinct, even if they didn't understand it. They dance to communicate? Oh, that's true, isn't it? I forgot that they do that. That's such a cute detail that we don't talk about enough. I mean, humans kind of can do that too, to some extent, but it's not the same. There's like dancing to communicate and then dancing to communicate, you know what I mean? Like, we can communicate with dance, but we're not communicating through dance. I'm gonna keep the color of the boots as is. I'm also gonna trim a little bit off the top of this one, because I don't think the boot sole is supposed to go that far out. Communicating with pheromones must be kind of cool if you think about it. It must be very discreet in some regards. Like, I feel like if humans were able to communicate with pheromones, we'd all be able to be much more subtle. Or maybe not, actually, because, like, pheromones are also, like, leave behind, like, traces, right? So that would make it a little tough. Maybe I can reduce the saturation on some of this leather. Bucket bar. I don't know. Does she like me? The bee in a bodycon dress throwing it back like it's life or death. Bee in a bodycon dress is such a strong mental image. Thank you very much. Like, I can imagine that so vividly. Like, is it the romantic throwing it back, or is it the can you hand me a towel? Or can you hand me another drink? Kind of throwing it back. You know what I mean? Very difficult. You need to be very good at reading these cues. Let's see. Oh, I need this. I will say, a huge benefit of the summertime is that, one, I go outside more, and two, because I go outside more, I get to see the sick fits that people of my neighborhood come up with. That is such an unspoken delight. Well, I guess it was unspoken until I spoke about it, huh? In any case, it is so delightful to see, like, just how everybody dresses and all the variety. Every time I see I see some chick in goth clothing, I have to, like, restrain myself from like cheering. It's always comforting when, like, alternative fashion senses are still alive and well. Weirdly enough, I haven't seen any guys running around in goth clothing, which I feel is like a missed opportunity. Trying to picture 80s goth paths. I feel like if I try to do that, I would very much look like a broody teenager, I think. I think just like the kind of like seriousness of 80s goth does not match very well with like my goofy ass. But I could pull it off, I think. I misunderstood Fitz outfits as in Fitz causing scenes. Well, there have been a couple of those too. I remember I was walking home from the library one day and I saw some people almost get into a fight outside of McDonald's. They were yelling at each other really loud and everything. You better believe I just kept walking. I didn't need that at the time. You know, I bet if I go to like a more tourist-heavy area or someplace that has like things for children to do, I'm sure I would see more tantrums. Love seeing public fights. It's like a free ticket to the zoo. Hey, Zed. I mean, like is a strong word. I think they're okay when I'm like at a sufficient distance away and can run at any time. Like if I'm in a restaurant and like two people are getting into a fight right next to me, that's when I wish I was like anywhere else. That's when you get like that really yucky feeling in your stomach when like you see something violent happen. You know what I mean? You walk into a dressing room with some black clothing with the intent of being more of a I listen to Bauhaus goth and walk out somehow looking like the secret member of Kiss. I put on corpse paint, but it like barely makes a difference on my pale ass. Just gotta ask for your waffle. God. I need to be in a Denny's and the fight needs to be happening like 20 feet away on the other side of the window I'm next to. There should be... I do feel like there needs to be... You know how like some sporting events have like the kiss cam or like the couples cam or whatever? I feel like Waffle Houses and like fighting centric establishments need to have like a sort of participative component to it, where if like the fight occurs, you can't just like join in at a safe distance by observing the monitor. You can bet on it and everything, and if you guess which one wins, they give you a Grand Slam the next time for free. Grand Slam with my viewing. Okay, how did they dither this to make it look like that? Oh, it's like gray. I see. Interesting. Ah, so like... Huh, interesting. Okay, I think I get how to do this now. What's your ideal big breakfast? Ooh. That's a really tough question because I do love myself a big breakfast. I have been getting to the habit of on Saturdays I usually go to like the nearest Tim Hortons and just get myself like two egg, bacon, and sausage sandwiches and an apple fritter. That's like my go-to order. So that's been pretty huge for me recently. But something that I used to do as a kid that I still remember fondly is that I used to wrap bacon into a waffle and just eat that like a sandwich. But ideal big breakfast. I do think... No, wait. Actually, I have an answer for this. I have a normal, correct answer for this, and that is that I wanted to have toast, egg, and steak. Like if a toast, egg, and steak big breakfast is kind of unmatched to me. Been getting into apple fritters lately. Feels like a line from Seinfeld. This is not a recent development. I mean, no, this is not a recent development. But you are absolutely correct that does sound like a Seinfeld ass line. Where's I remember there's this one screenshot from Monthly Girls Nosaki where the main girl's like, I've been really getting into creamed corn recently, and that's exactly how it is sometimes. That's really just how it is. Suppose you have the cast for a roommate sitcom. Yeah, that is true. I do have Tool as like the kind of mad scientist weirdo roommate. We do have like a sort of, I want to say like, you know, like the four temperaments, like melancholic, sanguine, choleric, and the other one, phlegmatic. We kind of have that going as as an analog to like whatever all or nothing was supposed to be. You know, I'm surprised no YouTube video essays have followed up on that all or nothing person. I'm sure they'd appreciate their privacy, but I would love to know if like what the end result of that whole debacle was. Nah, I actually, you know what? On second thought, I think that's one of those things that's like better left alone. I think enough time has passed that if you just dug it up now, it would just be such an annoying thing to deal with. You know what I mean? Like there are like some cold cases where nobody knows what happens, and it's like it would be fascinating to know the reasons why that occurred. But there are other ones where it's like I feel like trying to dig that up would jeopardize whatever peace the person in question has managed to achieve in the last few years. So I think we should leave well enough alone. Also, I'm going to change the color of V's boots to be brown as well. That does look more natural, actually. I'm glad I made that change. They said that the trench coat was like sand colored. I will keep the kind of tattered blue jeans, though. I don't know. I feel like sitcoms had their golden age back when television was still on like cables and networks. Because I feel like making a sitcom in like the binge watching age is much more difficult. Like I feel like trying to pitch a sitcom to a studio network was much easier like before Netflix was a thing. Now like it needs to be a sitcom and it needs to have like some dark twist or something so people will binge watch it. You can't just have a dumb comedy thing anymore. You have to like have some kind of conspiracy going on behind it, like Mesmerizer. Otherwise, people won't be interested. They won't bite, and you'll get it canceled immediately. From the network, I mean, not. I don't think they cancel people for. I don't think they cancel people for having boring shows. Sadly. Or maybe that's a good thing, honestly. It's not a crime to make a boring show. It shouldn't be a crime to make a boring show. Now, if you make a boring show and other people tell you that it's the best show ever, that should be a crime. But in and of itself, just making boring things should never be punished. There's Abbott Elementary, right? I think the themes have changed from roommates to workplaces. You know what? That I think you're onto something. You're absolutely right, actually, because now could this be indicative of a larger cultural shift? Because back during the era of like Friends or How I Met Your Mother, these dorks always met up at like their apartments or at a third place of sorts. Now everybody's like meeting at work. Come to think of it. Hang on, I need to use the gradient mapping for this. Somber shade yellow. And we can just mess with that a little bit so it's a little less. Yeah, there we go. I feel like I thought I had like a thought go through my head earlier, but it's gone now. I forgot what it was. My bad. Well, that's okay. I've been thinking about something though. I remember. What the hell was I thinking about? Oh well, if I forgot, it can't be that important. Anyway, how do I get away with making a Nuka-Cola logo at this size? I will say I'm glad that I left Ecuador after I learned how to write cursive, because it's been such a skill for just like making random fancy logos. Like if I just wanted to make like a vintage looking logo, I could literally just write cursive. Just write cursive. Just write cursive. And that's like good enough. I know that cursive was originally developed in order to help people write faster because you need fewer strokes to actually finish writing. It's like a version of like that shorthand or short script or whatever. But the problem is, by the time I managed to like get decent at it, I went to a place that didn't permit its use as to like submit assignments. I could have still taken notes in cursive, but I was like 8. I had no idea what it was for. I didn't know it had that purpose. And I bet that a lot of kids who had to learn to write in cursive didn't know that either. Oh yeah, I was gonna say the one cool thing that Fallout 4 actually did was that it made the Nuka-Cola bottles interesting. Like, they just look like normal soda bottles in the rest of the games, but in Fallout 4, they actually have, like, a little rocket motif, which I think is really cool. The one time Fallout 4 cooked. In my experience. At some point, I'm going to have to play that game on stream, and I'm going to make this everybody else's problem in addition to mine. I'm going to use the color of the Pit-Boy for the metal plating here. Going to use a similar color for the body armor up here. I do wonder if the pants color is the right move. Maybe I could just color copy. Okay, yeah, no, actually shifting it more towards like a greenish blue helped a lot. Let's just keep that. Okay, and now for dog meat. I do think that, like, the main thing for dog meat is just making the fur color a lot lighter. Like, already that's so much more readable. Okay. Actually, come to think of it, these four plus Pip-Boy Paps would probably also make a pretty decent sitcom cast. I feel like the recipe that it's needed for like a good sitcom cast is like you need 2 or 3 normal people who have like wildly different circumstances, and one character who is just a complete weirdo running around. And the fun part is that they can actually take the turns being the weirdo as time goes on. I'm gonna add a line down here to kind of just seal off the bandana. For the bandana, I kind of want to make it a similar color to V's normal outfit, and just have the V Ranger logo colors as stripes on the bandana. Alright. Where's my reference for V? There it is. You'd think that after drawing her so many times, I would remember the order of the colors by heart, but nah. Grab this. That's not the right color. There we go. Okay. Now we need to do... Right, Pabs up here. The good news is that I kind of have the greenish colors, the green hue colors from the last one, so that's going to make my life a lot easier. Oh, it looks so weird and sickly green. Get out of my swamp looking ass. I don't think I could cut it as an ogre. I feel like I'm too much of a weenie to tell people to get out of my swamp at full volume. I would need some real... some genuine casus belli to really exile people from my swamp. Deceased rice beast from the swamp. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to tell you guys this, but rice beast is like one of the original bog bodies. Like one of the very oldest, old school bog bodies is just originally from Rice Beast. Let me see if I can't get these guys in a nicer color scheme with gradient mapping. These are all really cool, actually. But I think this one helps to make a sort of vintage vibe. Building elaborate traps to eject trespassers because you can't say it face to face. Would Tool be Shrek, actually? I think that's a much better comparison, come to think of it. I think, like, Tool would be Shrek and I would be, like, Donkey. I feel like that fits much more thematically. What I could do is also play around with the tone and contrast. So brightness and contrast, increase the brightness. Also bump up the contrast. That's honestly looking really good. Okay, let's just add some very basic shading and add the shadows for the... What do you call it? The ground? This thing that you call the ground. And we should be good to go. ¿Cómo se dice dirt? Tierra. Or hang on, there might be more nuanced ways to say it. Tierra just means earth. So maybe dirt. Dirt. Spanish, Spanish, Spanish. Tierra also works. Unclean matter or stain or spot is mugre. Mugre, though, means like it's not supposed to be there. It's not like dirty, you know? Like sociedad, mugre. Yeah, no, tierra just means like dirt, and y mugre means like grime, I guess. Grime would be a good way to translate the mouthfeel of mugre. Mugre sounds hateful when you say it. Slur for earth and fantasy creatures? God. The elves are definitely holding out on us regarding slurs. I feel like they have like advanced slur technology. You know how like some GPUs have like an entire subsection dedicated to like processing graphics? You know how like you have those video cards that do that for you? I feel like elves have a part of their brain for that, but it's like with coming up with derogatory terms for other species. That's not to say all of them use it, but like, you know, they have it. The problem is that, like, due to what I imagine is like the effects of classism and such, it's very difficult to be associated with dirt and not have have related slurs, because like I feel like, you know how like V is watching fucking My Little Pony again, right? And you know every time they talk about earth ponies, they they have to like dance around like calling them like dirt ponies or something, because like, you know, they work with earth. I don't know. The racism center is located in the ears. Well, so like the bigger their ears, the more capacity they have for race. I feel like this joke is getting away from us. We gotta slow down a little. Last thing I will say on it, do you think that kind of like how Fennecs in what do you call in like the desert climates use their big ears to cool off? Like it's for a similar purpose for elves. It's like cooling off like centers of their brain. I do feel like, you know, all the jokes aside, I do feel like elves would be like the kind of species that would have to like develop an entire different center for thinking. God. Big ears to avoid overheating from thinking and also having rude thoughts. I want to imagine that like city elves have developed like a secondary gland. Like they obviously have the rudeness gland, but they also like city elves after generations have developed like a secondary gland to stop the first gland from talking. Like they literally had to develop a biological filter for themselves to stop saying shit that would get the other species mad at them. Some YouTubers could use that. But you didn't hear that from me. I do feel like there is something fascinating about like the fact that you can make YouTube videos and not be like a YouTuber. Do you know what I mean? Some people are merely by technical definition YouTubers. Like H Bomber Guy, I don't think I wouldn't call H Bomber Guy a YouTuber. Like he publishes stuff on YouTube, but I would not call him a YouTuber. Like, I feel like YouTuber has, like, a certain sort of Faustinian implication to it. Elf ear piercings must go crazy. They generally seem like they have enough cartilage to support heavier stuff. You know, you're right, too, about that. I will say, if I feel like elves could have, like, ear gauges that could eventually be developed into, like, primitive maces if left in for long enough. Like, if somebody holds up the urban fantasy Whole Foods, right? The elf cashier would be able to, like, use their gauges to almost kind of, like, lasso them. Oh, yeah, like a dragon kind of woven across the ear? That would be pretty badass. Elf clients must be pretty awesome to get commissions from, because like there's a good chance that one, they will literally be alive long enough that they will forget your commission, or two, they will be alive long enough that like you fit, like they are like, all right, I'll come back in like 80 years, and you don't have to finish the commission, and you can just like leave them without it. I'm not saying it's ethical. I'm just saying it'd be convenient. Do you think that, like, similar to how certain species of ram, like, butt each, you know, like how goats butt each other's heads, do you think that, like, elves have, like, competitive ear fencing as, like, a primitive sport? Elf. Could you redo all of that? What? It's not like it takes that long to repaint all of that. Only a year or two. God. You know what? I hadn't considered that aspect of it. That elves is client. You want like an honestly forgetful elf. You want like an elf that is going. You want like Frierin or some shit to commission you. Because she'll fuck off for like a century or two, and then you won't have to worry about her for basically your entire mortal life, and you just need to like keep that thing on you like an heirloom for once she comes back. Conversely, if it's like an elf who like very specifically wants control over the creative process, you're going to be dealing with a lot. So yeah, you need to think twice before you take the elf's commission. I feel the elf's commission sounds like a not a Rimworld, Discworld book. The streets are saying that the Elf Sistine Chapel took 3 centuries to build, and 2.5 of those centuries were because like the original commissioner kept asking for certain things to be a little bit to the left. I feel like dwarves could be very particular. That is true, but I think dwarves are also like particular in the sense that they have explicit instructions. I feel like elves would not have particular explicit instructions. They would definitely be like the quote-unquote idea guy of a commission. Conversely, dwarves would have like blueprint specifications for what they wanted. And as long as you met those specifications, they'd be happy. Like working for an elf is like working for a very fussy aristocrat. Working for a dwarf is like trying to match like the preciseness of a machine in order to satisfy them. That being said, I do also think that dwarves are more liable to be willing to almost like apprentice you while you work. Like, I think if they wanted to... I think, like, if a dwarf commissioned someone else rather than making it themselves, it's because they want to have someone who can produce something that they can... that they feel like they need, but they don't want to spend time making. So they will teach you how to make it the way they want specifically. So I do think like getting your big break into the dwarf commissioning is basically the same as like getting a normal apprenticeship under a dwarf. And like if a dwarf really likes your work and what you do for them, they will not let you go. They will like sign an exclusivity agreement with you. Who would be cooler, elf furries or dwarf furries? That's toughy. Because elves know more about animals. Elves know way more about animals, so I feel like in that case the roles would almost be flipped. Like, the elves would then become, like, the super picky, fussy commissioner. Meanwhile, the dwarves would be, like, way more free. I do feel like elves with a human soda. That would be really funny, actually. Just imagining, like, an elf... You know how... I don't remember who it was. There was a pop star who... literally got like surgery or not. I don't think it might have been literal. Like she was very much a white woman who was trying to look Asian. I remember this being like a whole thing back in the day. What would a Mary Sue human Sona be? Probably like some kind of high-ranking CEO. Definitely, like, you know those Wattpad stories where it's like the mafia prince that has a soft spot for you? I think that would be like the human sona for a lot of elves. Yeah, it's a complex field of study, to be honest, because again, like I said, the dwarf elf dichotomy would almost be flipped in the scenario where the elf is asking for a persona. Meanwhile, a dwarf, I feel like the dwarven culture does not lend itself to frivels, right? So I feel like they would be more easily captivated and satisfied by by like a simple drawing. I think maybe the human sona would have dangerous and tragic life to really milk the, oh, I could die any day, my life is so short. Elves would go absolutely nuts for a common writer. Elves would absolutely adore Kamen Rider. With all of its discussion about like what makes a human, you know, being beyond human, but at the same time recognizing that that's what doesn't make you human. Human Sona elves would eat that up. God, really funny to think about though, like an elf just very dramatically like playing up like an elf human Sona meetup is almost indistinguishable from a kind of hypochondriac's help group. Like, all of them are like, oh no, I think I'm dying. Oh god, I can feel the darkness taking me over like a little cough. Oh no, old age. You know, it'd be kind of like that, but very theatrical with it. That reminds me, I recently went to get my blood pressure checked at one of those funny little machines that clamp on your arm. You know, they have one of those at my pharmacy nearby, so I thought I'd take my blood pressure. It was a little bit higher than I was hoping, and I went again today, and it was actually much better. And I think it did say on the machine that it's very likely that the blood pressure can even vary from like minute to minute. So so while I do think I still need to get more exercise in, I don't think it's nearly as bad as I thought it was yesterday. That being said, I did find out something fascinating, which is that apparently the best exercise to lower blood pressure isn't additional cardio, but it's like isometric exercise, like you doing the wall chair thing. I found that to be fascinating, and apparently it's because like instead of like the cardio exercise, which is what normally elevates your heartbeat, because of the way that isometric exercise works, you're actually forcing your blood vessels to expand when you do that. And so if you keep doing isometric exercises and you keep doing like 10 sets of like, you know, the wall chair until failure, you actually expand your blood vessels, and that stops your pressure from being so high. My name is Michael McTragedy. My parents died in a fire with the plague after shielding myself and my siblings from raiders from Meanie's kingdom. Now I live a life of being a criminal where I parkour across rooftops while smoking crack leaf. Michael McTragedy. You know, we all made a Michael alpha voice. We all made a Michael McTragedy. Making a Michael McTragedy is like the alpha equivalent of like making an escaped science experiment OC when you're 12. The tragic misunderstood science experiment went triple platinum on my high school notebooks, I can tell you that much. Also, the idea of elves having something called crack leaf is deeply funny to me. Just imagining like a human being like, oh, you mean like a coca leaf? And the elf is like, no, crack leaf. Very, very different, much more mystical. I feel like if you gave an elf cocaine, it would explode. Like it would finish doing like the line sniffing thing, and it would pop like a balloon. Conversely, elves are much better suited to psychedelics than stimulants. And I'm a middle-aged farmer with a midlife crisis and 10 dead wives/girlfriends and a young thief under my wing. And 5 dead former apprentices that are all in various stages of Jason Todd. Oh, middle-aged father. I read that as middle-aged farmer for some reason. I apologize profusely. I feel like through some kind of cultural miscommunication, we could reasonably convince the elves that our model of the hero's journey has a midlife crisis phase. Because they expect all the journeys they expect all human stories to be like, they don't understand that a large scale of events could occur in a very short amount of time. Like elf life is so slow and easygoing that they're like, an entire incident resolved within a week, inconceivable. So they just assume that each like episode of, like, if they watch 24, they're like, I can't believe it takes 24 years. This chronicles a 24-year story. And they're like, no, it's 24 hours. They're like, it's what? I guess in this situation, the nerdy elves would eat up La Pieta. I think so too. I do think that elves would fuck heavy with human Baroque and Renaissance era art. The Memento Mori and everything, too. Well, no, that's not true, because I feel like now I'm assuming that all elves have, like, a secret human Sona thing going on. Which I doubt is true. That's like assuming every human is a furry. Not by necessity incorrect, but definitely, not incorrect until you directly ask, but, also not a good thing to assume. Do you think like the like plant druid school or like the wild shaped druid school eventually had to put up a sign like on its Elf Academy branch to letting them know that they can't wild form into a human, even though it is also an animal? Like an elf is like giddy and starry-eyed, learning about like druidic transformation rituals, and then learns that it can't transform into a human, and it just throws down its like textbook, yelling, "This is bullshit." One elf decides to take the long path out and becomes like, wild shifts into a Tiktaalik, and it's like, and now we wait. Not the worst plan, honestly, but I do think that they would get bored very quickly. The Tiktaalik also just inexplicably has elf ears. I do think that if elves get to shapeshift at all, whatever they shapeshift into should still get the wild ears. People can get really into thinking about elf ears, so I can only imagine elves would have something to say about the roundness and maybe delicateness of human ears. I could see that being a thing. Okay, then over here. There is absolutely some kind of like ear fetish thing going on with elves, regardless of any of the cultures, simply because it is a part of the body, and by most measures, if a part of the body exists, somebody will have a thing for it. Elf who's bad at shapeshifting, trying to turn into a classic barnyard hog, instead becoming a Red River hog. Hang on, I'm gonna Google something real quick. Oh my god! An elf who's really bad at shapeshifting and accidentally becomes like a weird mutant offshoot of the animal, but is like very defensive about themselves getting the transformation right. Like, oh my god, what is that? I told you before, it's a chicken. You have scales! Well, yeah, but, chickens have those. Trying to picture an elephant with elf ears. I mean... just kind of like go like this, and then... Wait a minute, this is just Dumbo! God damn it. Post cancelled. The last thing I need in my life right now is the Disney lawyers coming up to me. Fantasy elephant is Dumbo with a horn. The horn was supposed to be like that party hat that Dumbo had. I'm sorry. Well, I don't know. Maybe a fantasy elephant should be allowed to have a head horn instead of in addition to the tusk. I feel like that would definitely make it more mystical. I feel like I've been like the idea of a Tiktaalik has been cropping up in my life more consistently ever since I did that vehicle drawing stream. Like now it's just a constant presence in my life. Feels strange. It's like a color was added to my world. Fantasy giraffe should be like a stretched out ankylosaurus. Hell yeah, with like the... Was the ankylosaurus the one that had the... Yeah, the ankylosaurus was the one with the mace tail. Badass. Thrashing you from both ends. God, they have like a head mod too that makes them like have a rock on top of their head. That would be sick. You know, like how a otter has like its like favorite rock? I feel like the fantasy giraffe should have something similar to that. Except its favorite rock is its head. Or, its tail. I don't know. I think a rock would be my favorite too if it was attached to me. Unless it's a kidney stone. In which case, maybe not so much. Okay, put this down here. I can just make like a whole shadow layer over this. Okay, just shade these parts and then just get started on this. We're almost done. What would be the worst animal to give an Ankylosaurus thrasher to? I'm voting cassowary. I think a horror artist could do a lot with like teratoma themed dinosaurs. Milk that concept for a while. Teratoma themed. Hang on, I'm gonna Google something. Huh. Didn't know that was a thing. I learned something new today. Also, I really hope they don't milk that concept ever. I think that would be really terrifying. I would not like that. Maybe it's like a horror game concept. I think that would be very effective for monster design. Maybe I can just write Ranger on the side here. Pab's mascot horror jump scare. The thing is, I would very easily be could easily be converted into a mascot horror thing, very much like a la Garden of Bonbon. Wait, no, not Garden of Bonbon. That one, the blue fuzzy thing. You know the one, was it? No, Garden of Bonbon was a different one. Fucking. Ah, I've tripped on the spilled rice. But what's this? My God, it's blood and teeth. That sort of shit. But you know, I feel like I could very much pull off like that blue fuzzy creature type jump scare where like I could just like open my mouth and reveal that I have a bunch of hyper realistic like anglerfish like teeth that look like hooks. I think that would be very easy and straightforward to do. Blue fuzzy is Bonbon? I thought Bonbon was a different thing. Hang on. Garden of Bonbon. No. Garden of Bonbon is the green thing. What the fuck is a blue fuzzy thing then? Hang on. Blue fuzzy mascot horror. This thing. Friggin' Poppy Playtime. Right. I forgot about that dumb thing. But yeah, I could absolutely just go in like that and just reveal that I have lots of sharp teeth for biting. I remember one time, I think it was during the aquarium stream, one of those. Or no, wait, it was during V's anniversary stream actually. Almost called the motherfucker Poopy Playtime, really owned him. He would have been devastated. You should have gone for it. You should have taken the kill shot. There's no recovering from Mr. Poopy Playtime. That is definitely also like what some kid who was like having an argument on the playground about like which mascot horror character is the best definitely called that series when like his friend wouldn't shut the fuck up about it and he thought it was lame. I've had to hear with fucking Mr. Poopy Playtime. But yeah, I remember in like I think it was one of these anniversary streams where Titania realized that I have like teeth, and she really didn't like that. So I think like that realization is pretty much kind of like what I'm going for in terms of just like fear factor. Can't recall its name, but there's a bounce park themed horror game. And while I'm sure it's mid AF, the potential schmovement would be cool. I do think that would be really sick. I do think if they're going to make it so that you have to run away from the scary monster, they should at least let you do tech. I do think that the time has come for somebody else to make a new generation-defining parkour game. You know, we used to have Mirror's Edge, we used to have like a bunch of other ones, but I feel like their moment has come and gone. We need some fresh blood on the scene with regards to parkour games. I need to make the bandana look more yucky and worn out. Finding Frankie? Hang on, let me Google that real quick. Oh, Mirror's Edge, same name, but this time it's got Blood and Evanescence playing. Let me see. Finding Frankie definitely seems to be a mascot horror game. Finding Frankie. Horror game with parkour elements. Yep, that seems to be it. Featuring moves like wall jumping and bar swinging to get around. That's kind of awesome, actually. I think if I was a kid at this time, I'm definitely too much of a coward to enjoy horror games, and especially like mascot horror. I don't think I'm as affected as mascot horror as I would have been like 10 years ago, let's say. But I do think that if I was a child and I heard that you could do parkour schmovement in this horror game, I would work up the guts to give it a go. Schmovement horror is what my nightmares are like. Yeah, you have like this weird lucid dream where you can very much do like you have you seen those like drone aerial footage videos where they superimpose like a dude from CS:GO brandishing a knife over it to make it look like somebody's like running around in there? I do feel like having that kind of movement, but it's still like a nightmare situation. I do think I see the vision. Absolutely, that would be horrible. I do think it'll be a very annoying kind of dream. Okay, just like this. I will say that it is really funny that like mascot horror has had such a market saturation that now people are forced to make like actual video games and can't just make like Five Nights at Freddy's, but this time the main antagonist is like a pangolin. Like people still do that, but nowadays it has more teeth than that. White Knuckle isn't Monster Gonna Get You horror or Mirror's Edge-esque movement, but it is a fun go at a trend of more recent climbing games. I think I remember White Knuckle. Is it that one where you have to like climb your way out of a missile silo as like the opener? Not a parody or subversion, but it's just a thing I feel like I'm seeing happen. Maybe it's like maybe the reason for that is because like there is like those walking simulators. I remember being somewhat intrigued by the concept by the conceit of Only Up as a game. I do think there is like a very inherent appeal to the idea of like infinitely climbing a very tall structure. And that's just made up of like a bunch of different visual errata and fun elements. I think there is some real meat in there if you want to explore that and create that rich environment. But sadly, they have been poisoned by rage game streamer bait law, which makes the game infinitely not for me. White Knuckle is the one where it's a roguelike with a lot of pipe-like spaces where you have to worry about stamina. In that case, I've never seen that before in my life, no. But it sounds interesting. I mean, if you're vouching for it, it's got to be good. I trust Jupiter's recommendations implicitly. Like, there is not a single game that Jupiter's like, yeah, you should check this out, that I don't doubt will be a banger. I do think that is like a byproduct of you being in the demo trenches, like you're trying to get like the demo equivalent of trench foot. It's a very noble pursuit. It might be the one you're talking about. The roguelike part is just randomization in rooms and some abilities. Interesting. The stamina is related to how long you've held on without breaks. Then it's definitely the one that I'm thinking of. And is per hand. There's definitely... Okay, so I'm not saying you should make this joke, but I am going to say it would be really easy to make a dirty joke with that. Again, I'm neither condoning nor condemning. I'm just stating. That is a really interesting mechanic, though. I like that a lot. I remember seeing some folks climb El Capitan to put a transgender flag on it, and that was really cool, but climbing tall things without any kind of safety net is so terrifying to me. I'm really scared of heights when there's a very real risk I can fall, and that's not that special because like of course everybody's afraid of falling, but I like genuinely start seizing up. Like I will just like clamp up if I feel like I'm in danger of falling from a great height. It could just be that White Knuckle is just becoming like the next super influential game. Like, again, not to keep ragging on Five Nights at Freddy's, but it is kind of like one of the indie success stories of all time. But, you know, how everybody made a Five Nights at Freddy's clone for a while. Lorne's Lure is closer to Mirror's Edge, but that one's still very vibey, empty concrete spaces and also not like Mirror's Edge. Lorne's Lure sounds like a Mystery at Lake Ophelia. Mystery Under Lake Ophelia special bonus lore. There's a few mountain climbing games like Karen, the other ones I can't recall the name of. Huh. That is so interesting, though. Maybe people are starting to get the desire to return to go back to nature for a little bit, and they're trying to fulfill that itch through, ironically enough, itch.io. Lawrence Lure is a first-person exploration where you have two picks to pull yourself up with. Oh, that one. Ah, neat. Okay. I do remember that. I remember there being a lot of movement in it that was possible. Merge select layers. Now we're going to do something really funny, which is that we're going to use the chromatic aberration effect just a little bit. Or was it the... No, it wasn't chromatic aberration. It was retrofilm. There we go. Now we can also use this glitch brush that I got from forever ago to make that staticky effect. Lorne's Lure. That sounds familiar somehow. I feel like I don't know. It's a bit. It is a bit of a mismatched name game title, though, isn't it? Because I feel like Lorne's Lure definitely sounds like some very high fantasy kind of beat. Lorne just feels like a very. It's been on Twitter, probably, yeah, probably on Tumblr in that Alpha Game Planet thing or whatever. But yeah, Lorne's Lure does definitely sound like the name of a fantasy joint, rather than a what do you call a mountain climbing expedition. Gonna make Tycho's skin just a little bit darker under the helmet. Okay, now let's see it with the background. Okay, cool. Now, a couple of things that we do need to do. First of all, we need to put these into a folder for easy management. Then we gotta merge the selected layers together, and then use this, and then a little bit of this, and then a little bit of this, and move those around a little bit. And then filter, blur, motion blur, such that they are the opposite of this. Very low strength. And then maybe we can almost like infect them with a color. Alpha Beta Gamer has posted about it. That's the one. Okay, then the next part after this is going to be duplicating this part, and then we're kind of up to around here. We're going to blur the background. The bush has been spared my wrath. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. And then blend this, or maybe like the soft eraser tool. And then also here. Hang on. Also here using the blur tool. There needs to be something we can do to... Hang on. There has to be something we can do to improve the contrast of the characters on top. Maybe increasing the brightness a little bit. Let me retry the shadow thing. Because I think my mistake was that I didn't make them short enough. And maybe instead of the motion blur, I can do the Gaussian blur. And then just use the soft erase up there. And what we can do as well is we can just also use the airbrush tool to just cast a smaller shadow around their feet. This is tough. That doesn't look too good, actually. What if we just do that, though? Like, what if we just go with that? Luminosity down, saturation up, multiply. And one more thing we can do is try to also use the gradient map to lighten up the background here. Ooh, screen is really nice. All right, I think we're ready. And I think that's going to be all for today. We've been at this for quite a while now. Is anybody else streaming today? Nah, I'm just going to end things here. All right, everyone, take it easy. I really appreciate you all coming by, and I hope you had a great time. I'll see you on Friday on V's channel, and I'll talk to you all later. Bye.